Mayor instructions this afternoon, and this is the regular call meeting for February 22nd, 4 p.m. And he wanted me to announce the roll call for this evening's meeting. This is live from the Southwest Arts Center in South Fulton, Georgia. It's the February City Council meeting featuring your City Council. From District 1, the Cascades, Fulton Industrial and Sandtown, the Honorable Dr. Catherine Rowell.
Present.
From District 2, Cliftondale and Wolf Creek, the Honorable Carmelita Gums.
Present.
From District 3, Roosevelt Highway, Welcome All, and Red Oak, the Honorable Helen Z. Willis.
Correction, Welcome All, Red Oak, and Cliftondale. Present.
And Cliftondale. From District 4, South Fulton Parkway, Cedar Grove, and Highway 92, the Honorable J.C. Sebastian.
Present.
From District 5, Flat Shoals, Fellwood, and Buffington Road, Mayor Pro Tem, the Honorable Corey Reeves. From District 6, Central Old National, the Honorable Natasha Williams. And from District 7, Oakley Industrial, Fife, Highway 138, the Honorable Dr. Mark Baker.
Present.
And your South Fulton Mayor, Khalid.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for coming out. We are back. We are in person. Happy Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. So, Black History Month actually started as a week in 1926. Carter G. Woodson wanted to make sure that our stories were a part of the American story. So he started Black History Week. And then asked for mayors and city council people to make proclamations and resolutions so that it would become a trend, it would become a thing. Now in 1926, there weren't a lot of mayors that were African American. There weren't a lot of council people that were African American. So it took the help of white allies, of progressive mayors and council people to really push for that to happen. That is how our holidays become American holidays and how our history becomes American history. It would be 50 years until 1976, the year I was born, when Gerald Ford would sign into law a National Black History Month. And then it would be another 45 years, I just told my age, until 2021, when our current president, Joe Biden, would sign Juneteenth to become a national holiday. This Sunday, June 19th, 2022, this year, Juneteenth will be a federal national holiday across the country. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of that Black history. I hope you enjoyed our closed story exhibit. We have more Black history in our gallery. We're gonna go ahead and get started. We have so many exciting things to talk about. We're gonna talk about renaming streets. We're gonna talk about holding businesses accountable for these shopping carts. We're gonna talk about livable cities initiatives. So I hope that you all enjoy this meeting, that you find it engaging, entertaining, and informative. Thank you so much. South Fulton forever.
Mr. Mayor, you ready for the invocation? Yes. We have the invocation by Pastor Warren L. Henry Sr., City Chaplain.
Let us pray. Dear gracious God, it's been a long time since a lot of us have seen each other. So we're grateful for what we see. It's been a long time since we sat together in our city council meeting. So we are excited about what we're about to hear. We give you the praise and the glory. We all have lost so much. Family members and friends, community members. But yet, here we are today. So with an attitude of gratitude, we thank you. And we ask you to bless our mayor and our council, all our department heads, every employee and every member of this great city. It is our prayer as well as our belief that all will be said and done according to your will and your way. And when it is all over, we will know that you were in this place with us, with your presence. Thank you. Let us all say amen.
Amen.
Mr. Clerk, will you sign the next item?
Yes, the next item is adoption of the council agenda. And I just wanted to remind the mayor and council, when you wish to speak, please press the button and speak into the microphone, please.
Yes.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
I need to add some items to the agenda, just 2 items. I will be adding the appointment to the South Fulton Development Authority, Walter Jordan. That resolution went through the legislative process, and I will be adding the measure to approve the lights at South Fulton Tennis Center to the agenda.
Second.
And I need to add an item as well. This is for an emergency ordinance for bridge repair at Stacks Road.
Second.
I'd like to add an item which is Drew Demand to the naming committee.
Can you repeat that? We didn't hear you, Councilman Baker.
Drew Demand to the naming committee.
To the naming committee?
Yes.
Second.
All right, so we'll just take all of those together. Do you all want, I'll entertain a motion. Well, I did entertain a motion. I'll entertain another motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I have another amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would like to move public comment up to after, before the consent agenda.
Second.
And executive session to the end.
Second.
Let's take these separately. So I'm going to take the first set of items that were listed, the additions to the agenda. I will entertain a motion to adopt the first set of items to the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the first set of items to the agenda.
Second.
All right, would you call the vote?
Does everyone have their computers up?
Clerk, Mr. Clerk, can you tell us where we should go, or have you put the items up?
It's under Novus.
That's under what? We're in Novus, but I don't see where we can vote.
Click on it.
Click on what? Oh,
Well, actually, I think it's me. I have to open up the queue,
okay.
and I'm just having problems with my internet tonight. So,
Oh,
The
you
voice
have to-
vote?
Mayor, go to the guests, and it'll take you, because we had the same problem. Go to the guests, Wi-Fi guests, and it'll get you in quicker. The employee is not working right.
still not working for me. Let's just do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote to approve the 4 amendments to the agenda to the additions. Adding Walter Jordan to the Development Authority by Councilmember Willis. Adding the procurement for lights at the South Fulton Tennis Center. That was offered by Councilmember Willis. Adding the Stacks Road Bridge repair. That was offered by Mayor Pro Tem Reeves. And then adding Drew Demand to the Street Naming Committee. That was offered by Councilmember Baker. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, I will entertain a motion for Dr. Rowell's amendments.
I move that we move public comment up to the beginning as per Dr. Rowell's amendment.
Second.
No, there were two. She made two.
Yeah, and to move
Oh,
executive
and to
session
move
to the end.
executive, thank you. And as well to move executive session to the end.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Baker.
I just want to know why we moved it in the first place, or if there was a reason behind it in particular.
Yes, because,
No, are you directing that to me, the chair?
Yes, I mean, yes.
Yes, why I constructed the agenda the way that I did. This is our first in-person council meeting. We will likely be here until 9 o'clock. So I wanted to make, or later, we've just added some more items to the agenda, maybe 9:30, 9:45. I want to make sure that all of our guests, thank you all so much for coming out tonight, will be able to get a break somewhere in that 5 hours. This is the first time we've asked you to sit through a 5-hour council meeting. I know some of you have been watching at home. You might have been cooking dinner and making snacks and taking out your trash, doing all kinds of things, but we're going to ask you to stay seated for 5 hours. So the executive session is in the middle so that we can have a little intermission for our guests. The second reason that I put the executive sessions in the middle is we don't need to have hours-long executive sessions. Anything that we have to say back there, we should be saying out here, unless, thank you, unless we are making a purchase of real estate, we are hiring or firing somebody, or we are suing somebody or about to be sued. Those are the only three things: personnel, litigation, and real estate. We have an action that we're going to take. So I asked for executive session items. We did not have very many. We're going to try and have a 15-minute executive session. That's why it's in the middle. Public comment, again, is after that intermission, because we wanted to make this a little bit more engaging for people. I hate to have public comment at the beginning and then you have to sit there for 5 hours and not hear anything. So those are the reasons that I did it. And we published the agenda. This is the first time. I have heard that council members wanted to add items to the agenda. This is the first time I am hearing at 4:10 that they want to rearrange the agenda, and so I'm just not comfortable with that.
So can we separate those two things?
Oh, yes, we've done it. So we've approved the agenda as, we've approved the first set. We've added all the items to the agenda. This is the discussion about now rearranging the order of the
And
agenda.
I guess what I'm asking, there's two items
Yes.
that our colleague, Dr. Rowell added. I'm saying, can we take those votes separate? Whereas if we're okay with the executive session and not okay with the other item?
No, because honestly, as the mayor, I have the right to veto any motion of council. So after you vote for it, I'm going to veto it. And then we'll bring it back and you can talk about it next month.
Clear.
All right, any other discussion?
yes.
Councilwoman Rowell?
Yes, I would ask that the attorney opine on that, and I think we forgot that our public would probably like to weigh on the things before we vote on them. We have zoning cases. If they have any public comment, I think we would want to hear that. Right now it's slated to occur after we've taken action. And I think the public would want to speak on any of these issues. They would have the opportunity. In fact, that's why we moved it previously, to allow them to be heard.
I have discussion.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Well, Mayor, I would like the attorney to opine, because if you veto something, we don't vote on a veto until the next regular council meeting. So it's not proper to veto anything, and it stands today. Second of all, we as a council have adopted a legislative process that you consistently ignore. You voted on that legislative process when you were a council member. And if you want to make changes with the way that we are doing things, the proper way to do it is to put it through the legislative process and let this body vote it up or down. What the charter does say is that you should work with the city manager and council to bring items to the agenda. It is not fair to this council that you make it appear that we're being contrary to you when all we are doing is doing what we have, all we're doing is following the policy that we have adopted. And so, Mayor, I would urge you to please revisit the policy and revisit the charter and then follow the process. And if you desire to change it, please work with this body to build consensus, bring the changes in legislation through the process, and then let us vote it up or down. That is the proper way you do things. You just don't make unilateral decisions and then put this council out as if we're being contrary or doing something wrong. Thank you.
Can you opine?
Is there another, does anyone have any more comments? I'm just gonna take some more comments while you're opining.
Yes, I asked the attorney to opine.
Yes,
No, I did as
are you
well.
ready? Okay, go ahead, sir.
This wouldn't be a matter of vetoing because there's not any motion, well, not motion, it's not a resolution or contract that has been signed. This is more of a parliamentary issue where if they vote to rearrange the agenda, that's within the legislative authority of the body.
So, could you refer to the line in House Bill 1019 that talks about the mayor's veto that was adopted into our charter? Because I believe that it does say the mayor can veto any motion, vote, or action of council. And while you're looking that up, if people do have comments, I am willing to allow an amendment to the agenda for 2 public comments. If people have specific public comments about the zoning items today, I would be happy to hear them. Please note that
Mayor, I move
I'm sorry, I'm talking, Councilwoman Willis.
but this motion will allow me to interrupt. Parliamentary procedures allow me to interrupt for this motion.
Are you calling for a point of order?
I am appealing your decision.
I haven't made a decision yet.
Your decision was to allow 2 people to speak. Your decision was not allowed for this motion to carry forward. And parliamentary procedures, I can give you a copy of it, it allows me to interrupt the speaker to make this motion. And I am motioning to appeal your decision.
What is my decision?
Your decision is not to allow this motion to carry forward.
We're in discussion for the motion right now, and we're waiting for the attorney to opine. We're carrying forward.
Call for
Okay,
the
I thought
question.
you were vetoing it.
No,
You said
we're
no.
carrying forward right now.
Okay,
Call
I
for the
apologize.
Thank you. So, as you were saying, I am Councilman Willis. I am very familiar with the legislative process. I wrote it. And the charter states that the mayor shall make the agenda. The mayor shall, not may, shall. It has the legal force of a requirement. The mayor shall make an agenda. I have made an agenda. I have accepted without veto 4 additions to the agenda tonight. And we are waiting for the legal opinion on House Bill 1019. I can send that to you, Mr. Hyman, if you need it.
Mayor, you said you're going to take additional comments. I have the charter in front of me, and it outlines that the mayor.
I'm sorry, I haven't recognized you yet, Councilman Willis. We're waiting on our city attorney.
Are you not taking any more comments?
I am waiting as the chair for our city attorney before we continue discussion.
Marriage section 321A, it goes, the mayor shall have the right to veto any ordinance, resolution, or the action adopted by the city council in accordance with the procedures set forth in this section. However, this is according to our rules, the ability, we're at the section where you can adopt the agenda, so they're trying to adopt the agenda, which would include the order.
Let me ask you a question. Is adopting the agenda an action of council?
It is today, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Willis, you had another comment?
If we're going to go ahead and vote, I'll just defer it to I'm ready to vote.
All right, would you please call the roll, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir. We have a motion by Councilmember Williams, seconded by Councilmember Gums, to add public comment before the consent agenda. and move the executive session to the end of the meeting. Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Nay.
That item is approved 6-1.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Clerk, read into the record and make note that I am vetoing that action of council, and we will hear it again March 22nd. Thank you. Please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, because you had two items added to the agenda, we need one final motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, we actually have 4 items.
Oh,
I
sorry,
heard.
we had 2 motions. One had 4 items and one had 2.
Yes.
And actually, that brings to mind, Madam City Manager, I believe there's an item that you petitioned the mayor to add to tonight's agenda.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council and residents and staff. Mayor, I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to look at your email. It was brought to my attention very late this afternoon that there was an item that was unintentionally, left off the agenda. It's the plat for the Stonecrest amenities. Stonecrest Estates amenities. Yes, sir. And it's strictly just approval of the plat.
I will entertain a motion to add that plat.
I move to add the plat for Stonecrest amenities.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote to add that item to the agenda. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended with these 5 items.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
Thank you very much. Please sound the next item.
Next item is Roman numeral 5, approval of City Council meeting minutes. Request council approval of City Council regular meeting minutes from January 25th, 2022. Request council approval of City Council work session minutes from February 8th, 2022. And request council approval of City Council zoning public hearing minutes from February 8th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. Please call the next item.
Next item, as amended, we will now have the public comment.
Oh, no, we didn't accept that.
Oh, you vetoed
We
it?
did not. Yes, we vetoed
Yes,
that.
we did.
We
You vetoed it?
we did veto that, yes.
No, you cannot do that.
Would you please opine, Mr. Hyman? We're just going to waste time discussing whether or not we can do what the charter says we can do, but would you like to opine about that one more time?
I reference section 321A that indicates that the mayor has the right to veto any ordinance, resolution, or other action adopted by the city council in accordance with the procedures set forth in this section.
Or any other action, and you did rule that a motion was an action.
Well, this is an action attempt to be adopted, but also in our ordinance, part of the ordinance allows council to, like to work on the agenda, for example, there's the ability to change the agenda, and that's what they're trying to do.
No, there isn't. That's true, but our charter, which takes precedent over our ordinance, was adopted by the state legislature, says that I can veto an act of council, and I have vetoed that act.
I move to appeal your decision.
Would you, Mr. Hyman, And I'm sorry, we can't talk out of turn. You do
Yes,
have to
we
wait.
can. I
You
can
do
enter.
have to wait to be recognized.
No, you don't. Not
So
for
there is
that.
an appeal on the floor, Mr. Hyman. Would you please opine about when vetoes can be overridden once they have been made by the mayor?
Mayor, for that particular, in terms of opining legally,
Yes.
I would do it in another setting, but I have spoken as to what
Okay.
our charter says and what the ordinance says.
Okay, so I am clear that any veto appears on the next regular meeting agenda. I can pull that up and read that if you need me to, but we have vetoes that are on the agenda for tonight that were vetoed last month. When an item is vetoed, it appears on the next regular meeting agenda.
I appeal your decision, Mayor. Robert Rules allows me to interrupt the speaker to appeal your decision, and we received a second.
Please call the vote.
Yes.
You want to?
Did you want to have more? I'm just going to veto it again because I can veto any action of council. So we
That's
can do
fine.
this
It's fine.
for the rest of the night, or we can go on with the meeting schedule as published.
Mayor.
Would we like to go on with the meeting scheduled as published?
No, we
No.
don't. We're gonna follow the rules.
All right, I apologize to the audience. Before we get to any discussion, we're going to fight about whether the agenda that's been printed is what we're going to follow. I'll entertain discussion.
Mayor.
I see Councilwoman Rowell's hand first, and you are next, Councilman Sebastian.
Out of respect for these people who have provided public comment, they deserve to be heard. And even if if we just take what the attorney said, you would have to deal with it at the next meeting. That means it stands for today. So you can veto, and that's fine. We'll deal with it at the next meeting. But we are to vote on whether we're going to carry this and allow the public to speak at the public comment period.
May I see by a show of hands the number of people that have a public comment
Point of order, Mayor, this is improper.
that have a public comment on a zoning item, on one of the items on the zoning agenda? I would be happy, I see you, Councilman Sebastian. I would like to propose a compromise. If your concern, Councilwoman Rowell, is for people that have public comments regarding zoning items, I would be happy to entertain a motion to allow those people that have comments regarding zoning items to make their comments
Mayor.
now. I'm almost done. We have to be respectful.
Yeah, you
There's
gotta
only one
follow
person that
Robert's
can
rules,
talk
though.
at a time. I would be open to that. I would like to remind you all that the zoning process that this council passed and approved, that was written by Councilwoman Willis, said that we had public hearings for the zoning items at the March 8th meeting. Our public hearings happen at the work session meeting, and public comments about zoning items happen at that meeting. That is why on all of the public announcements, you saw no link to make public comments about zoning items, because we heard all three of these items before, and we are just supposed to be voting on them tonight. However, I understand your concern for wanting to hear public comment for people who might have an issue with a zoning item. I am happy to entertain a motion to insert public comment at the beginning for those members who would like to entertain public comments around a zoning item. Is that a compromise that we could make?
I ask that we move the previous question, which deals with really all public comment.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
It's a roll call vote to approve adding the public comment before the consent agenda. Councilmember Rowell,
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Nay.
That item is approved 6-1.
All right, I do have the right to veto this, but this is, why are we doing this?
Yes,
I don't know. I don't know. So that's been carried. We'll hear the public comment. Would that be the next item?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you sound the next item, please?
Mayor,
We didn't approve
there
the
has, I've been receiving a flurry of emails that residents are not able to get on the YouTube link, so if you can make sure that that is addressed.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, we did, before we sound the next item, we do need to approve the agenda as amended. Mr. Hammond or just anyone else, if you all could just check on that YouTube link to make sure that people can view it. We have, I'm sorry, Councilmember Sebastian. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do, when I reviewed the agenda over the weekend, I did have a concern that, you know.
Push it up. There you go.
All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, when I reviewed the agenda over the weekend, I did have a concern that the public comment was that far down on the agenda. So I really support bringing it forward, because I guess what we're kind of forgetting too, that the history of these meetings, that, you know, especially our citizens show up and they may not want to stay for the entire meeting, but they want to be heard on an issue. And now that they can even monitor the meeting electronically, I think we just need to afford people the opportunity to speak up front, so that as we vote, as Councilwoman Rowell said, we can take those into consideration. So that's all I really wanted to add at this point, that we really should bring that thing up forward as we've decided. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, we've decided to do that, and that is what we're doing now. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second. I thought we already.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Nay.
That item is approved 6-1.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
Next item is public comment. Speakers will be granted a total of 2 minutes each, and public comments will not exceed 30 minutes. Speakers will not be allowed to yield or donate their time to other speakers. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Speakers may only address the presiding officer, should observe all rules of decorum. No debate, public attacks, disrespect, or obscenities shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Mr. Mayor and Council, we did receive a total through our public comment system of 39 speakers. We do have a number of speakers that are live with us today that choose to provide public comment. So we will call those persons up first. Just like to remind you to come to one of the 2 microphones located at the front of the stage here. Please keep your mask on while you speak if possible. The first speaker is Ms. Jewel Johnson. And I'll call the first 3. Ms. Jewel Johnson, Harold Head II, and Yofi Dowell.
Question. Can you hear me?
Could we turn Ms. Johnson's mic up a little bit?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, okay. Question. I had 2 comments. One was about zoning, and the other one was about our carrier. Can I say everything at one time?
Please do.
Okay. Well, the first thing I want to talk about is the zoning at Stonewall Hill and Campbellton Road. I am totally opposed to that, my family and I, and some of my associates and neighbors. We do not understand why we are pushing. When we became a city, it came over from Fulton County as 114. Now they want 144. First of all, we are not in agreement with the elevation. We're not in agreement with the street being too small. We're not in agreement with the driveways too short, these little tiny dog parks and little tiny parks for people to play. And we are not in agreement in a 1,200 square feet clubhouse, and you want to put 144 people in. That is bad development. And I'm asking my council person and the rest of you not to agree to that. A lot of people in District 1 has worked very hard for us to have what we have. And it wasn't done by government. It was done by my neighbors and I. And we're asking you to please listen to what we're asking you to do and don't do this. The next thing I want to quickly talk about is the one carrier trash service. I'm asking you, along with many, many others, do not push that off on us. Elections have consequences. And I know for a fact from people all across this city who have told me they didn't want that. Listen to the people, please.
Mr. Harold Head II, Yofi Dow.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Harold Head II. I've lived here in the Sandtown community for 49 years, growing up here. Quite some time ago, off of Wallace Road, they tried to build a development that's right down the street from John Lewis's house. That was just going to be a destruction to the community. Now that you have gone ahead and decided to build the development on the corner of Camp Creek and Campbellton Road, where it is already overdeveloped, traffic is horrendous. Even people getting to the Westlake High School and that area is just horrible. And now you want to increase the number of units that we stop the development down the street from John Lewis's house. Now you want to put one directly behind his house. And you want to increase it from 114 units to 144 units when we already cannot control the traffic patterns and the development in that area. So I would like to ask my representative to listen to the people that already did not want the development in their community, to please not increase that from 114 to 144. That would be my first public comment. My second public comment, as a certified recreation professional, I would like to know that inside of Fulton County, other cities that exist inside Fulton County have opened up their recreation centers. They are doing activities. As a recreation professional, I know that recreation is essential to your community, and seniors help run your recreation program. My 2 minutes has expired. Listen to my seniors that are here. Thank you for the time.
Next speakers, Yofi Dow, Velma Head, and Latanya Todd. Please come to one of the microphones up front. And please remember to state your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Velma Head. I was one of the line dance instructors over at Welcome All Park. We started September 2015, and our last class was 3/10 of 20 due to COVID. I started with 15 and ended up with 108 seniors that actually participated in movement exercises with music through line dance. I have been trying for months. It's cold out there. I have kept the program going the best that I could on my carport. And I have 40+ people that have dedicated to come out and continue exercising on the carport. But these are seniors, and we pay taxes. Although I heard not all of us pay the exact amount of taxes that we need to be paying. But I want to know what goes on in the building. We were utilizing the building in the morning. There was nothing there. Individuals would come in one at a time to walk, and as a result of the help with Mr. Martin over there, the program grew. Seniors, I always say, if you can walk, you can move to music. And the seniors need it. They need the fellowship, they need the movement, they need the weight management, they need the cognitive skills. We work with rehabbing knees, hips, brains, backs, because the seniors have these problems. And it's not limited to the seniors. There are a lot of people that are younger than the seniors that are falling in the same mode, where they have diabetes at an early age, they can barely move. The movement is necessary. We are an exercise group, and we're requesting to get back in the building at a reasonable rate that seniors can afford. Thank you.
Mr. Yofi Dow, Latanya Todd, Drew Demand.
I'm Yofi Dow. Name is Yofi Dowell. We live in District 1, 1343 Blairwood Court. My public comment is twofold. One of the reasons I wanted to make a public comment, this is my first time coming to a city council meeting for the city of South Fulton since its inception. My first time, and so it being my first time, it's not my first time at a city council meeting. I lived in Jonesboro, Georgia, and I was there in that city when it was going through transformation. And one of the things that was difficult, they were experiencing what's called white flight. So it started to be a lot of black leadership coming into Clayton County. And the biggest issues were not the whites who were in power at that point. It were the blacks in the process of assuming positions like city commissioner, city council positions. Those who were ascending to positions started to find opposition, not with people they were assumed the opposition would come from. It were people who were like skin folk and not necessarily kinfolk. And so coming to this meeting and seeing it being replicated is disheartening to say the least. It being Black History Month, I would like to see a group of professionals act as professionally as possible. We have time. We have the ability to compromise. And so for some of you all, you're refusing to compromise, and you're more dead set on wasting time. And so I think, with that, I'll lead into what my main focal point is. I have 2 children. They're tweens. One is 11, one is 13. My son is very active. My daughter is as well. So the Parks and Recreation Department is very near and dear to me, and I'm certain to tens of thousands of residents in the city of South Fulton. And so when I started to hear the concept of an audit, I live in a neighborhood where we're afraid to have an audit. And it's because of our HOA. They've been doing some things that we may need to know about, and so they don't want the audit. And we need to find out what's going on so we can fund departments that the community wants to access. And so when we know what's going on with the money, then we'll know what to do. Thank you so much, and I yield.
Thank you. Our next speakers, Latanya Todd, Drew Demand, Dr. Patricia A. Wilson. Mr. Demand, you can come.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm Drew Demand. My address is 4640 Gordon Street, 30213. When our city made the bold choice to decriminalize possession of small amounts of marijuana, we positioned ourselves on the side of progressive justice. The reality then as now is that using law enforcement in an attempt to control the use of cannabis has had little impact on the availability or use of the herb. In the end, what 40 years of the drug war have taught us is that black, brown, and poor people end up the victims of the enforcement of laws that pretend to help our communities. But that is not what we are about. At issue is the fact that the city of South Fulton's decriminalization solution falls short in one critical aspect. Enforcement of an infraction may happen at the discretion of the officer, so enforcement is uneven and potentially unfair. $150 may not seem like a lot, but it's the difference between being able to pay your electric bill or buy groceries. That is not what we are about. The city must now adopt policy that will solidify protocols for enforcement. And let's be clear, aren't we trying to reduce the harm to citizens caused by laws that don't serve their intended purpose? So let's codify policy so we achieve zero harm to individuals possessing under an ounce. Frankly, it's time to legalize entirely to do the most good. Surely we all know by now that pot laws have had a vastly disproportionate number of incarcerated black people languishing in jails and prisons, families missing their children, children lacking parents, difficulty finding housing and jobs once they're out on the street, all because somebody puffed on a joint. A victimless crime should never cause such disenfranchisement. For the sake of all black lives, it's time to legalize. Thank you.
Next is Latanya Todd, Dr. Patricia A. Wilson.
Good evening. My name is Latanya Todd, and I've lived in this area for 48 years, and now I am a senior. I'm considered a senior. What you see in the red and black represented is the fact that we're asking for more senior activities. That's why we're here represented. We need more activities for the seniors, and that also includes what Vilma had stated in reference to us being able to exercise, have the cognitivity, and go on trips, just different things for seniors. And so that's why we're here representing and wanting more activities for seniors. And my 2 minutes, it was my 2 minutes, but thank you so much.
Next is Dr. Patricia A. Wilson and Barbara Mckee.
Can you hear me? Yes. I am Dr. Patricia Wilson at 4491 Bellwood Circle. I haven't been to a lot of council meetings, so I'm real surprised at what I see going on. But I'll just stick with what I want to say here. I'm very concerned about what I call a negative externality between warehouses and Union City, which is impacting our community very negatively. Coming outside of Stonewall Tail Manor, it's very dangerous. It's an accident waiting to happen coming out of that unit. And also, what we have requested several times is that the council consider roads and streets development in our vicinity like they have in some other units. My prayer is that we reduce the conflict that I hear today. I hear that we brag a lot about being an all-black city council. That's good. What I'd like to hear is that we are the most effective city council.
Next is Mrs. Barbara Mckee, Pamela Harris, Joyce Jones.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Mckee. I live in District 6, Central Old National. And I stand before you today being thankful that we're here this evening. I give honor to my ancestors and my descendants for just being sharecroppers in Georgia. To some of you all, you might not know the significance of being a sharecropper's daughter. But I'm thankful for the things that taught me through those years. It made me the person I am. In saying that, I'm a big person on history. So that leads me down to Romans number 8, number 13, and the request the council to approve of this resolution to rename Stonewall Tell in the city of South Fulton and Union City to Bill Edwards Drive. Now, yes, I understand that we do have a historical committee that will need to do some research. But in talking to my neighbors and all, this is what we want done. So we ask that you all vote to rename Stonewall Tell to Bill Edwards Drive. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Harris.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Harris, District 1, and I want to speak about ethics. Ethics are moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. How many are aware that Mayor Edwards at one time served as both mayor and city manager? In 1963, there was a case in Georgia, Welsh versus Wilson, where the mayor, being a member of a governing body, was charged with overseeing the performance of a city manager. The mayor was placed in a position of judging his own performance as a city manager, which is not in the public interest. The mayor cannot be both master and servant at the same time. How many constituents are aware that the council set up a hand-selected ethics board right after Khalid won the mayoral election? I see this move as a deliberate political sabotage, playing out sending a lamb, Mayor Khalid, to the slaughter. Catherine, I'm not interested in paying tax dollars on this ethics Shakespearean plan to destroy Mayor Khalid. It is my hope that an investigation be done, all documents pertaining to this tar and feathering of Mayor Khalid should be pulled, including AJC photos of council meeting as a quorum standing at a podium conducting a public news conference. What council person or persons made these recent ethic appointments, and who are the participants? What are the names of future surrogates that will instigate the process? Not only can these actions violate conflict of interest principles, circumstances, and situations, they have the potential to create violations of ethical principles. There is then an equation that every public officer should remember: temptation to profit plus opportunity to profit equals impropriety. The city of South Fulton constituents, our eyes are on you.
Next is Joyce Jones, Ms. C.J. Hickey Griffin, and Richard Snellings.
Hi.
I'm sorry, one second, Ms. Jones. Thank you so much. Can people see that clock? I know we can see it. Is there a clock that they can see as well?
No, No, that's why we have the buzzer to alert them.
Okay, is there any way we could turn the clock so
Sure.
that they could see it?
Sure.
Thank you. That's your 2 minutes. Go ahead, Ms. Jones. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name's Joyce Jones. Hi, my name's Joyce Jones. I'm at 1688 New Hope Road. I don't know how many of you have received flyers like this, and what I want to know, who's paying for them? Is the city of South Fulton paying for them, or is Mr. Bill Elliott paying for them? Because if my tax dollars is paying for them, I want my money back. Because if the city of South Fulton and the city council is approving this, I think this is something that should be investigated. Because all of you up there is not working with our new mayor. And I think it's applauding that you all should get behind the new mayor and work together, because this is a black city. And if you all don't keep this up, the state is gonna come in here and they gonna take it over. And then we're not gonna have a city. The state gonna have a city. And all of you gonna be out of a job. And that roundabout that you all have put up there for $10 million, up there in Alpharetta got one that's twice as big that they paid for $4 million. And that was something that Bill Elliott approved of, and you all approved of it too. So where's the $6 million that we didn't get? So I think you all should think about that the next time when you all are running for y'all next office. So all of you think about that. Thank you very much.
Next is Mrs. C.J. Hickey Griffin.
That's me.
And, okay.
Hello. As a city resident citizen, I'm here today to hear from our mayor and city council members firsthand as to why our city police department personnel are not receiving a reasonable employee monetary work incentive compensation for the great services they are providing our citizens and city. And personally, a citizen like me. Question, who am I? I am one of this remarkable city's most vulnerable elderly senior citizen. I am here today to plead for our police department employees to be immediately given a very reasonable work incentive compensation for their remarkable dedicated police work they are all providing to protect our city, and especially the elderly senior citizens like me. Second, if my city government does not have the funding to provide to our police department, may I now recommend and request that my city officials send a documented request to our President Joe Biden, our state of Georgia 2 United States Senators, Reverend Raphael Warnock and John Oscar, and our United States Representative for the 13th District, David Scott, who all represent our city, and let them know to please find the federal dollars to send to our city police department to help them to continue their great police work. In my closing remarks and comments, I'm here to offer my volunteer community service to my city of South Fulton, Georgia, to aid in the successful funding of our very strong, reliable, and dedicated police department. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Richard Snellings.
I live at 1980 Loch Lomond Trail, District 1. The council seems to forget that over 6,000 people disregard the endorsement of the council and supported Mayor Khalid's vision for the city. Mayor Khalid, I support your request for the operational audit, understanding that it could turn into a forensic audit. I support your proposal to rename Stonewall Road because here in the blackest city in America, we should not be honoring Confederate generals. I support your veto of the police bonuses because you believe all city employees should be retained along with the police force. I support your veto of the charter change because the charter clearly states not to touch it until the commission makes its recommendation, which is why J.C. Sebastian abstained from it. I support your veto of the resolution. Now, while I'm on the subject of this resolution, why does the council behave as though the charter applies only to the mayor? Why is it acceptable that 6 of our policymakers can knowingly and with malicious intent to embarrass the mayor while violating a state law in 2 sections of the charter, which occurred in the illegal press conference, but there is no recourse for them? Guess what? We have our own resolution, and it will be filed in Fulton County Court for all to see. Now, to the voters, it's time that we start considering recalling seats. State law tells us that the recalls can start 6 months after an office. So that means districts 2, 4, and 6 will be eligible for recall in June, whereas districts 1 and 3 are free to start recall proceedings now. Stopping the obstruction is the only way we are going to move the city forward. For phase 1, we will be sponsoring District 1 and we have completed the application for recall. We will also be looking for sponsors in District 3. I will place my contact information in the YouTube chat for any residents that want to help out with these recall efforts. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and Council, we have 3 speakers who are joining us virtually. The first speaker is Ms. Rachel Sales. Will you please unmute and make your comment? You will have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please. Please state your name and address, please. Please state your name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is Rachel.
Miss Rachel, could you maybe turn your sound off? Yeah, thanks.
My address is 4300 Sublime Trail. I am on because I'm a member with the South Fulton Tennis Center, and currently there are no lights for out in the courts. The new courts got done, but the lights have not been turned on, which means that our children who are so used to having that as a place of recreation and fun and refuge are not able to get the full benefit of it because they have to come off of the courts before dark. It also means that any tournaments that we would be able to play have been short-circuited, which also affects the revenue of our city. So my simple request is that we get those lights back on and our children be able to play again, and also that it be a source of wealth again for the city. I'm with Sam Kennedy's group out there, South Atlanta Community Tennis Association, and we're definitely feeling the brunt of it. We hear, we see people walking away daily because they don't have the options. So that's it.
Thank you. Next will be Mr. Derek Bell. Please unmute yourself, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes for your comment. Mr. Bell?
Oh, no.
Mr. Bell, are you there? Okay, I'll move on. The next speaker is Ms. Naima Gilliard. Ms. Gilliard, you are available to make your 2 minutes at this time. Ms. Gilliard, are you on mute? Mr. Bell, are you there?
Hello?
Oh, Ms. Gilliard, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your public comment, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Can you hear us?
I can hear me.
Ms. Gilliard. Ms. Gilliard. Ms. Gilliard. Okay, let's try Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell, please state your name. You have 2 minutes.
Please state your name.
Can you hear me, Mr. Bell?
Hi, good evening. I stay Lane. Along with my wife and daughter, we're very active tennis players, and I play on several tennis teams and leagues in Metro Atlanta. I'm here to make a quick comment about South Fulton Tennis Center. Specifically, 3 items relating to the tennis center. Number 1, simply and plainly, as the previous caller, previous resident said, the tennis courts need to have operational and adequate lighting. In a couple of weeks, the United States Tennis Association, or USTA for short, will start its Friday Mixed League. Fortunately, with a 7 p.m. start time of lights. We've been waiting for operable lights. As a matter of fact, if the tennis leagues were to register or would be allowed to play out of the center. Number 2, we can't quite seem to understand the need to have center court continue operations at the tennis pro shop. Tennis players expect to have a tennis center that's able to provide some general, but it's still tennis pro shop services. But we haven't touted itself as a premier tennis venue on that fall with nets. And the rationale behind discontinuing. I want to speak to the general personally CC'd on an email correspondence regarding grant funding from the USTA for up to $50,000 for tennis facility improvements. We have yet to receive acknowledgement of that email. The email was sent from a current board member of USTA Georgia who happens to be a resident of the city of South Fulton. And at the very least,
Mr. Bell,
acknowledging receipt of the email and the grant.
Mr. Bell, your time is concluded.
Mr. Bell, your time.
Thank you. Mrs. Gilliard, are you available now?
Fixing the light, then there's an opportunity to get it.
We apologize, Mr. Bell, and those of you all watching online.
Mr. Adams?
One second, Councilwoman Gilliard, one of the many things that we need on our agenda is Wi-Fi for all of our parks facilities. So we're going to be working on that.
Ms. Gilliard is the last speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Councilwoman Emeritus, Ms. Naima Gilliard. Go ahead, Councilwoman. Go ahead, Councilwoman. Go ahead, Councilwoman. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and Council. Very quickly, I have a few requests and comments. Number 1, apply to ARC for a transportation LCI grant for a roundabout at Cascade Palmetto Highway and Highway 92. It is in the Chat Hills Crossroad Master Plan as a need. Perhaps you can partner with Chattahoochee Hills. Number 2, obtain the county-approved residential list. We must develop, temporarily stop residential, conduct a needed infrastructure plan, and request ARC to perform a commercial and housing study. Number 3, an operational audit achieves a whole independent city self-analysis rather than piecemealing, for instance, arts, parks and rec, purchasing, and contracts. It appears that there will be no audit, sadly. 2 zoning cases with like uses, nails and hair salons. Our current mayor's past ordinance restricted them, but special use was added. How many like uses does the city have? What is the update for the roundabout at Jones Road and Highway 92 and Cedar Grove and Rivertown Road? They've been out there since 2019. Thank you. I really would appreciate a response.
Thank you. That completes the public comment for this evening.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gilliard. We will make sure someone gets that answer. I would be remiss if I did not recognize we did have 2 elected officials in the audience. They're right outside. They're watching on YouTube, though. If we could just give a round of applause for the councilman from College Park, Mr. Joe Karn. And the chair of our Fulton County Commission, Mr. Rob Pitts. All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is Roman numeral 6, consent agenda items. Items considered together with one motion and one vote.
I go first. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, before we motion, there's a correction that needs to be made.
All right.
On number 6, that sponsor is me, Councilwoman Helen Z. Willis. I sent that request over 2 weeks ago to the city attorney for the resolution, so I'm not sure how it got overlooked. But Clerk, can you please make that?
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Thank you. I yield. I move to approve the consent agenda for Tuesday, February 22nd, 22.
As amended.
As amended.
Second.
Please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 7, rezoning, variance, and modification cases. These cases will be considered for motion and vote. The public hearing was held on February 8th. The first item is U21-006, council to consider a special use permit for a nail salon at 3220 Butner Road, Suite 136. This is located in District 2.
Councilwoman Gumbs, I believe that is your district.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this item. This is an already existing nail salon that had to renew their permit, so time had lapsed. So I am requesting to approve item U21-006.
Second.
Please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
I'm sorry, pause. Was there any discussion? Any discussion? All right, thank you. Please call the vote.
Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
Next item is U21-007, council to consider a special use permit for a cosmetology salon suites located at 7580 Springbox Drive in District 4. This item was deferred at the January 25th meeting.
That is District 4, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I move for us to approve the special use permit for
Second.
cosmetology suites at 7580 Springbox Drive.
It's been
Second.
moved by Councilman Sebastian, seconded by Councilwoman Gumbs. Please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Nay.
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 Nay. Item is approved 6-1.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is M21-007 and concurrent variant CV21-007. Council to consider a modification to allow 144 townhomes instead of the previously approved 114-unit townhomes to reduce the minimum heated floor area from 2,000 square feet to 1,800 square feet and to revise the traffic conditions. Council to consider a concurrent variance to remove portions of the berm required by the Sandtown overlay. This is located at 0 Campbellton Road in District 1. This item was deferred at the December 14th and January 25th meetings.
Dr. Rowell.
Yes, I move to approve M21-007 and CV21-007 with a modification that the no additional occupancy certificates will be issued until the amenities area is complete at 70%, with all the conditions recommended by the staff. And I also want to thank Cliftondale, Sandtown, and the HOA groups that we've met with on this to get to this point.
Is there any? Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I just have a question for Dr. Rowell. You had asked to hear public comment about the zoning item, and no one seemed to be in favor of it at the public comment. Did you just want to address any of the comments that
I would be happy to.
Okay, go ahead.
We've had several meetings on this case, and I think some of the attendees have mixed the cases. This case does not have anything to do with the Wallace Road case, which has not been approved, so that's misinformation. But we have had the opportunity to have several meetings, most recently with a group of HOAs that was convened by Connie Robinson, because most of this is impacting District 2. That's where most of the people live around the area. We had the opportunity to have J.C. Sebastian, Councilwoman Gums, even Councilwoman Gilliard, former Councilwoman, attended that meeting. And so what we've agreed to is continue to have a conversation, but we kind of shared where we are. We heard what their issues and concerns, and we imposed a number of conditions which are highlighted in the staff recommendation that's presented in that packet. And so we've had 3 meetings since our last meeting, so I feel comfortable moving forward.
Thank you. Please call the vote. I'm sorry, is there any other questions, comments? All right, please call the vote.
Roll call vote to approve the both petitions as staff conditions and with no certificate of occupancy until the amenity area is completed at 70%. Roll call, Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
Would you please sound the next item?
Next item is agenda items part 1. The first one, item 13, request council approval of a resolution to rename Stonewall Tail Road in the cities of South Fulton and Union City to Bill Edwards Drive. This is sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
All right. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion first, and then I'll make a few comments.
I move that we take this item and refer it to the naming committee for consideration.
Is there a second? Okay.
So move.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have any discussion?
I would like to make a substitute motion to deny. And my discussion is around the fact that.
I'm sorry, hold on. You have a substitute motion.
Oh.
Do we have a second for the substitute motion?
Second.
Okay, and we have a substitute in a second. All right, discussion. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. For one, there's a lot of misinformation around Stonewall Tail. We have 3 council persons who represent that road, and that is Councilmember Gums, Councilmember Sebastian, and myself. That road the name of that road does not have any Confederacy ties. We put a process in place for the renaming committee to work in tandem with the Historical Preservation Committee, bring forth a recommendation back to this council on what the names of the streets in this city are and what are their historical significance, and a recommendation. And that committee needs more time to work. But upon my research and talking to several members of these committees, this road does not have Confederacy ties. Now, several streets throughout the city does, but this has to do with more so a wall that was on Stonewall Tail. Additionally, 7 of us, well, I would say in reference to this topic, have talked to Mayor Edwards, former Mayor Edwards. And this is not his wish, this is not his desire. And he was not even consulted about this. So to slap his name on the street without even having a conversation with him, after all, it is his name and it's his legacy. I think he should at least be consulted, and a conversation should be had with him. So that is my reasoning for denying, because 6 of us have spoken to him, and this is not his desire. Thank you.
I accept the substitute.
Thank you. I'm going to just make a few comments. So, go ahead, Dr. Baker.
I talked to Mayor Edwards.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, too.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Mr. Mayor, Mckee.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Former Mayor Bill Edwards is a constituent of District 4, and from my understanding, he heard about what was happening or saw it on the news and requested to speak to me. And so he expressed his desire not to accept this honor at this time. I think at some point in time, I hope that he can accept something from the city, but I think at this point in time, we need to not approve this. And hopefully, the next time we're considering doing something to honor our former mayor, who deserved to be honored, that we would consult with him and just follow the process, because I know I would not want anybody to put my name on something that I don't approve. So I'll just suggest that we do that next time and follow that process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any more comments? Thank you. So I'm going to make a couple. The first is, there is some conversation about whether or not Stonewall Road is named after the Confederacy. Here is, and we actually, is Mr. Andrew Long here? Is he in, would you just stand so you could be recognized? Mr. Andrew Long is our lobbyist. He is actually doing research at the state legislature to find out if there is any record in the state legislature. There are a couple of Wikipedia entries. Those of you all in academic research know that that's not always the most trusted resource, but there's a Wikipedia entry that says that Stonewall is named after a city called Stonewall. There is a Wikipedia entry that says that Stonewall is named after a stone wall that was at a prison camp. I believe that if the street was named after a stone wall, then the name would be Stone Wall. But the name is Stonewall. And it's around the corner from a lake called Dixie Lake that was a recreation place for Ku Klux Klanners. And that city is reconsidering that renaming as well. But whether or not the street is named after a Confederate person or a prison camp or a city that existed 100 years ago, is it a good idea to rename the street? Does Bill Edwards deserve to be honored? I believe that he does. He's done a lot of great things for the city, including this theater that we are sitting in right now. And I believe that every single person sitting up here on council is a graduate of Fulton County Citizens University, which was a program that he created. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Willis is not. She did not go through the program. It is untrue that I had not reached out to Mr. Edwards. My cell phone is here. It is subject to open records requests. You can see that I first spoke to him Friday, December 3rd, Monday, February 7th, and Monday, February 11th. He did not return my calls. He chose to speak through other council people. That is his right. I will reveal that Mr. Edwards and I have not spoken since the election. and we actually have not spoken in 3 years. But I did reach out to him. I first reached out to you, Councilman Willis. You said it was a good idea. You thought it was a good idea. That's why I went forward. I have the floor. I have the floor.
Allow me. Please don't allow me.
I have the floor. I recall a conversation with you, which is why I decided to go forward. It sounds like he does not want to have the name, so we're going to withdraw it. But I do believe that our city's first mayor deserves to be honored. I do believe that Stonewall Tell is the appropriate street. It travels the length of the city through council districts where he made his greatest investments. It starts at Roosevelt Highway, at the South Fulton Tennis Center. It goes on north through the city near Wolf Creek, and it ends at Campbellton Road in District 1, where we are sitting in a center that he created. So I just think it's a good idea. I tried to do a nice thing. I'm sorry that it didn't work out. And so with that, I will hear the vote to deny the motion.
Mayor, I'll move to allow me to address, you called my name in your comment, and I would like to, and I'm moving to do that.
You know what? You don't even have to move. Go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
Sure. Councilmember Khalid.
Mayor. I'm the
sorry.
mayor. Yeah, I'm the mayor.
I'm very sorry, because I'm not, that's no disrespect. You worked hard to get elected as mayor, and I did not mean to do that. 5 years sometimes it's hard to forget. Mayor Khalid, you called me and posed this idea to me, and what I said to you is, Mayor, this is not the desire of the mayor. And I told you what his desire was. So not one time did I tell you this was a good idea or you should move forward. And that's all I'm going to say. Because I don't think the public wants to see us go back and forth anymore on this diocese. Thank you.
And with that, are there any other? I see no one else in the queue. I will take the vote.
I think
Councilman Baker, you got to get in the queue. But okay.
I thought it was working.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Dr.
I think
Baker.
Dr. Rowell was before me, so.
Are we using the queue or are we not? Just to be clear, we're using the queue or not?
I am.
Go ahead, Dr. Rowell.
Okay. I think I want to just rescind my motion and withdraw my motion, which was to refer to the committee.
Oh, yeah, no, we have a substitute motion, so that's already taken care of.
Okay.
Yes. Go ahead. Dr. Baker?
I think just because it was brought up, and I know that a lot of us are in concert with wanting to know what the desire is that something that we'll ever be able to revisit so we can get it right when we do decide to move forward? Anybody who may know. It doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
We have a renaming committee, we have a policy, and we have a process. So what Councilmember Rowell suggested is let the renaming committee do their job and bring a recommendation to this council. And that's where I am with it.
I meant.
We have a process, we have a policy, we have a renaming committee.
Just to be clear, Clerk Adams, we have a renaming committee for Confederate streets, and we have another committee for buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we do not have a committee to rename a street that is not Confederate. I will say that I did talk to the Confederate Street Renaming Committee. I met with them. They actually had not met since the resolution had been enacted. And so this actually provided an opportunity for them to meet. If you are interested in that, we'll make sure and get you that information. They are meeting Mondays at 6, I believe. And one of the questions that they asked, and this is just for the council to know, they inquired that if there was no street renaming committee beyond Confederate street names, and there is not, is that correct?
That's correct.
They would be interested in expanding their role if it is the will of the council. That is something that we could talk about later, but I did just want to make everyone aware of that. And with that.
Yeah, well,
Yes, sir.
I guess what I was contending was that if there is a desire and it's known, we should probably share that with whomever so that we can get it right whenever we do approach it.
Right.
I think
So
that's something that just should be
I
considered.
think that if Mr. Edwards has a desire, he wants to make that known, he's welcome to email all of council and let, I don't want to spend any more time speaking for Mr. Edwards here tonight. And with that, I do see other people in the queue, but we have a packed agenda, so I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote now.
We have a roll call vote to approve the substitute motion. Motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Gums to deny this resolution. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. Next item.
Next item is the first read of an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton's Charter, Article 3, Organization of Government, Selection of Mayor Pro Tempore, Section 3.29, Article 3, Organization of Government, Election of Mayor Pro Tempore, Section 3.11B, and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
This is just a first read, so if we can keep moving, that would be great. And I am available if anyone wants to email or call me and have any questions, comments, concerns, queries, illusions, disillusions, or hallucinations about the ordinance. We can talk offline.
Okay, next item is item 15, first reading of an ordinance to amend Section 8 of Title 14 of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances, known as the City of South Fulton Tree Planting Program, for the purpose of amending the regulations for the use of tree funds and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Rowell.
Dr. Rowell.
Thank you. This particular ordinance would allow for 25% of the tree fund dollars to be used for maintenance. And so this is just a first read.
All right, thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is item 16. This is a second reading and request council approval of an ordinance, Title 4, Law Enforcement, Chapter 1, in general of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to add Section 4-1004, authorization for the Chief of Police to administer oath of office for sworn police officers and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Council Members Willis, Gums, Sebastian, and Williams.
I move that we approve this.
I got to entertain a motion first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'll entertain a motion to approve this ordinance.
I move that we approve this ordinance, this measure.
Second.
We have a properly motion and seconded. Would you please, is there any discussion? Would you please call the vote?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
Would you please sound the next item?
Next item is item 17. This is a first read of an ordinance to amend Title 13, Fire Protection and Prevention, Chapter 1, Purpose and Administration, Section 13-1003, Fire Chief of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to add Section 13-1003B to provide authorization for the Fire Chief to administer oath of office to firefighters of all ranks and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmembers Willis, Gums, Sebastian, and Williams.
This is just a first read. Is there any discussion? All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 18, first read of an ordinance to amend Title 6, Health and Sanitation, Chapter 5, Abandoned Shopping Carts of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances to amend regulations for the removal of abandoned shopping carts and for other purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmembers Williams, Reeves, and Rowell.
All right, before I ask for any other comments, I just want to say thank you so much for this ordinance. I think complaints about shopping carts, probably one of the highest volumes of calls that I get in my office. So I want to thank Reeves, Williams, and I'm sorry, my screen is out. Who?
Rowell.
Rowell, I'm sorry, yes. Reeves, Williams, and Rowell, thank you so much for this ordinance. Did you all have any comments?
Yeah, just simply to say thank you, Mayor. Did you recognize me?
No, go ahead. No, yes, you
Okay.
were, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to add that I would like to thank Brian Morris, who is our Director of Code Enforcement, as well as his team, for working with us to put this ordinance together, and for all of the input that he gave to get it to this form, where we would be able to bring this to the table today.
Thank you so much. Mr. Morris, I see you in the back. Would you please stand? This is the head of our Code Enforcement Department. Would the other department heads that are here please stand? I just want people to see who you are. We're going to have an intermission in a few minutes, and I want to make sure that you know that they're here. Some of you have said that you called City Hall, you haven't been able to get in touch with folks. Well, they are here. It's one of the wonderful things about attending an in-person council meeting. We're going to have a little intermission, and maybe we'll have some time at the end. So you will be able to use the bathroom and also talk to some of our department heads. All right, would you sound the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is item 19, request council approval of a resolution to direct the city manager to conduct a feasibility study to determine how best to establish a contract compliance program and for other purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Reeves and Rowell.
Councilmember Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Yes, and in our city's procurement process, which it is a process, we do need a compliance officer for checks and balances, and this is good legislation to move forward and transparency.
Thank you very much. Dr. Rowell, did you have anything?
Well, I just want to note that we're looking for the city manager to identify the best approach, whatever that might look like, to make sure we have a solid contract compliance program.
All right, thank you. And if anyone, any staff people have a break, I need a break charger. Thank you. All right, please sound the next item.
Actually, that's for action.
I'm sorry, is this for action? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
It's a resolution.
I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the resolution to direct the city manager to conduct a feasibility study to determine the best to establish a contract compliance program.
So move.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker. Aye. That item is approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item now.
Next item is item 20. This is a first read of an ordinance to promote transparency in the city's procurement process, ensuring accountability and fair competition, and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Rowell and Councilmember Reeves.
Dr. Rowell?
It's a first read, but it's an attempt to make sure that all our procurements are outward facing and people are aware of the opportunities that are available to contract with the city. It's a first read, so no action this
Mr.
evening.
Reeves?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. And yes, and hopefully with this as well, it'll make the process easier for people within the city to find the procurements that we do have for the city.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 21, request council approval of a resolution to authorize the execution of one or more lease supplements for a lease under the GMA, Georgia Municipal Association, direct leasing program. Supplemental resolution for financing a 2020 Rosenbauer fire engine through GMA at 2.11% for 7 years for an annual payment of $83,789.61 and a total cost of $540,000. Financing approved at the December 14th council meeting. Fire.
Chief Jones, did you want to give any comment on this purchase? Ladies and gentlemen, this is our fire chief, Mr. Chad Jones.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Mr.
Yes.
Mayor and Council, thank you. Yes, what's happened on the December agenda, y'all approved us to purchase a fire engine that we had budgeted for. Through the financing, we are purchasing this. GMA is actually asking for a supplemental resolution So this is on the agenda for approval just for the supplemental resolution so that we can finish the financing and procure the engine.
All right. I see no one in the queue. Is there anyone not in the queue that wants to speak? All right.
We just need to call for the vote. I mean, a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see Dr. Rowell. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we're in discussion. Dr. Rowell.
Thank you. Just, Chief Jones, just to clarify, so this is not doing anything else other than giving us the financing for what we approved in 14. It's the same amount?
Yes, ma'am. What's actually happened is when procurement went to do the paperwork for us to finance it, they asked for a resolution, which we had not been asked before. Okay. So Anthony Kerr and legal has put forth this motion for a resolution so we can actually finish the financing.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote to approve. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, please sound to the next item.
Next item is item 22. Request council approval to finance a new Stedfin heavy-duty 108 rear mount aerial ladder truck through tax-exempt leasing corp at 2.27% for 7 years with an annual payment of $173,286.83 and total cost of $1,109,926 utilizing funds in the fire department's capital budget.
Thank you. And Chief Jones, would you please also, for the edification of our audience, explain the difference between a fire engine and a ladder truck?
Yes, sir, Mayor, and thank you again, Council Mayor, for allowing me to speak. So an engine is what we refer to as a pumper. That's the one that normally shows up, has hose on it that allows us to extinguish fires, carries our firefighters. An aerial is also used for firefighting, but it is there for the ladder, for extension, for water use, for hazmat, for other things. It's a larger one that carries a 100-foot ladder on top of it, and it's not capable of pumping water. This is before y'all today in our replacement plan. 2 of our aerial ladders are 1998. They're 24 years old. They're well outside their life expectancy. They spend a lot of time in our maintenance shop. Both of them are currently down right now. This was in our replacement plan. It was budgeted for in our capital. Suffin does have one. We have spec'd it out. It's ready for delivery. We talked to them today. Upon approval, we can have it between 4 to 6 weeks in service at Station 11, running up and down Fulton Industrial. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Would you please call the vote?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Please call the next item.
Next item is item 23. Request council approval authorizing the mayor and city officials as required to sign a project framework agreement between the city of South Fulton and the Georgia Department of Transportation for T277 Cochran Road over Camp Creek Bridge replacement. The PFA is required for the project. Since it is receiving federal funds, the PFA will need to be fully executed before the city can invoice and request reimbursements from GDOT. The overall cost of the project is $3.1 million. The authorized funding for the design phase is $457,802. The city is responsible for the local match, which is 20%, or $11,450, of which it has been budgeted. Public Works.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make, so move.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? All right, please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, we are at our intermission, but we are 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Do we want to move forward? Is everyone okay out there? All right, well, please sound the next item.
Next item, our agenda items, part 2, item 24. Request council approval of a resolution amending the city human resources policies and procedures manual and for other lawful purposes.
All right, we're going to hear now from our Human Resources Director. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Mckee Graham.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. These items were brought forward in the last...
I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic a little more? Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor and Council. These items were brought forward in the last council meeting, and they're just waiting for your approval. These have been vetted through the legal process, and they have been in the legislative process for the last 2 weeks for comments and suggestions. So they're ready for approval.
I move that we hold these policies until the city.
I'm sorry, I
Oh,
gotta, yeah.
Sometimes you recognize it, sometimes you don't.
I'm always going to entertain a motion first, so I will entertain a motion on these policies and procedures.
I move that we hold these policies until the city completes its collective bargaining agreement with the fire.
Second.
Any discussion? I have discussion. Ms. Graham, could you please elaborate how many of these, are there any policies, we've waited some time, right? This was the night to discuss all of the policies and incentives and bonuses and everything, and it is unfortunate that we are still in negotiations with our, the union for our firefighters. However, are there policies and procedures that we would adopt that would change the agreement with our firefighters? Are there things that we need to pass tonight?
There are items that do affect employees financially that we would need to move forward with in order to make clarification and also just align with our practices. So I don't see any reason for them affecting the negotiations that we're currently in. That's separate from this handbook policy, because if whatever we agree upon would be in a collective bargaining agreement, so that would be totally separate from the human resources policies and procedures.
All right, could you please elaborate on some of those things? You said that there are things that are separate from the agreement that we should be passing tonight. Could you give the council some examples, please?
For example, the holiday policy. The holiday policy, as it currently stands, banks the hours instead of allowing employees to receive holiday pay on the day that the holiday is earned when they work.
All right, is that the only one, or are there many others like that?
Well, drug-free workplace is also another one. Drug-free workplace, anytime there is, right now we're not doing random, can you all hear me good?
Yeah.
We're not doing random drug screens for our public safety positions. That's one of the things that we need to start doing, and we need to get aligned with the state, Georgia State, to be a drug-free workplace if we're going to be practicing as such. Again, the policies that I'm asking to approve, council to approve, are already in practice, but we're clarifying and making sure that they're fair and consistent in our practices. And again, they have been vetted with council and have been in the legal process for the last 2 weeks for comments and feedback.
Thank you. You weren't aware that we were thinking about holding these items? Did you not see that in the legislative process?
No, sir.
Okay. And my final question, I was talking to some of my fellow mayors and county commissioners, and I understand that the drug-free workplace policy may have an effect on the insurance premiums we pay as a city. Could you just speak to that?
So the city is could earn 7.5% off of the workers' comp premium if they were identified as a state practicing drug-free workplace, meaning we're certified with the state of Georgia.
And do we have any idea what our workers' comp premium is? Anyone?
It's 600 plus thousand.
All right, thank you. I see Councilmember Reeves in the queue.
So, Mayor, can I rescind my vote and make some changes to it, or do you want to hear comments first?
Let's hear everyone's comments, and then we'll if you just get in the queue, we'll
Okay.
put you after. I want to go in order. Councilman Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Ms. Graham, how long have you been working on these policies?
Since I started, I presented them in December.
Correct. This was brought back here in front of this DS in December, correct?
Yes, sir. I brought it to council in December. Council asked me to make sure that I went with legal in vetting them, and also looking at our neighboring municipalities, which I did. So legal and I got together with city manager, and we went through all the policies to make sure that they align with the practices for the city and what was best for the employees to be fair and consistent.
Thank you so much, Ms. Graham.
All right, Councilmember Sebastian.
Yeah, I'm in agreement to hold this because the evaluations here, I think they're too important that as a new council member, I think I need some time to review this holistically. So
Mayor.
I'd want to hold it.
Mayor, I can't get in the queue, so just put
Okay. Dr. Rowell.
A couple things. When you talked about the compensation and holidays, I would think that would probably affect fire and police more than any other employee. Is that not the case?
It would, because they have more employees working on the holidays, but anybody that works the holiday.
Right. So my point is that if in fact that is the case, I would want to see everything come back in a holistic, but I do hear what you're saying about the drug-free workplace, and we wouldn't want to have unnecessarily high premiums. So I would hope that a friendly amendment would at least, even if we hold it, that we at least pass the drug-free workplace policy.
Okay, Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, and so I was going to rescind my motion, and that's what I was going to allow for us to go ahead and pass. If you don't, I'm going to go ahead and rescind my motion and make the motion for us to allow us to move to pass the drug-free policy, and also to the policy that would allow for employees to be paid. Can you restate what you just said around the holiday pay?
So on the holiday, when employees work, the hours are banked instead of them earning the pay in that pay period.
So let's revisit that, but I will go ahead and move that we pass the drug-free policy and hold the rest of the policy.
Second.
All right, thank you. Before we go to Councilman Williams, I do have a question. Under our current policy, could you explain how much we have paid out in the past couple of months and how this new policy would affect that payout?
When you're saying payout in the holiday pay?
Yes.
Well, we have it, it's been banked.
Okay. And
So
so
it's
what
paid
was
out
this? Could you
to-
just explain the effect of this new policy and on our bottom line?
So on this policy, anybody that works the holiday would receive up to 12 hours of that paid to them in addition to the hours that they worked.
And under the, how is that? I just wonder, what are you proposing to change, and how does it affect our bottom line?
So right now, when the public safety employees work and the hours are banked, then if they are unable to take the time, then they could, if they are maxed out, they'll start to lose some of those hours.
Okay, and changing the policy would go from banking the hours to paying them out?
To paying them out and not having to bank them until the time that they are, whenever, able to use them, and the buckets just continue to sit there.
And
So
if,
I think also what would be a good idea, if Chief Jones and Chief Meadows could also speak on that if they would like, and how that affects their operations.
Chief Meadows, Chief Jones, ladies and gentlemen, Police Chief Keith Meadows and Fire Chief Chad Jones.
So what happens essentially when a holiday, let's say Christmas comes up and the officers work, they get 8 hours or 12 hours of compensatory time instead of being paid outright. And what happens over a period of time as they collect that, we start to lose man hours. And so when you look at the fire department, and I don't want to speak for Chad, but when you have personnel shortages, it impacts your organization a little bit more. So it would help us out a great deal if those employees were paid as they earn the money up front, as they earn the time up front during the holiday. And so that would help us manage our work staffing levels much better.
All right, and to be clear, you're in support of this?
I would be, yes.
And how, if you have a rough estimate, I apologize, I know you may not have the exact number, how many hours collectively have been banked in the police department right now?
It's difficult to say. I mean, you have over the course, we usually run skeleton crews on holidays, and so you'll have your patrol division, you have your detectives and so forth, and so each one of those employees will earn premium time as it currently exists, but then they would get that premium pay. So it's difficult to estimate that right now. Do you have your numbers, Chad? Oh, you got it.
I can tell you that I have employees that have in dollar amounts from as low as $72 to $10,000.
$10,000 in banked hours. And so if they were to leave tomorrow, we would cut them a $10,000 check?
Yes, sir. That's what happens. When an employee leaves now, we have to empty out their buckets.
And this policy would change that?
This policy would change that because we won't have this at the one-time release of all these funds. Then what will happen is they'll be paid as those holidays actually occur.
All right, let's hear from Chief Jones. And I see you, Councilwoman Willis.
Good evening. Yes, our buckets are the same as police, so we don't run skeleton crews. We still run minimal staffing on all our apparatus at our 9 stations throughout the holidays. So again, those that are at work receive, and those that are off shift, they receive the hours in their buckets. And the way the policies are set up right now through HR, you have comp time, then you have holiday, then you have annual leave. So what's happened is through COVID and the lack of allowing people off or the time to allow them off, those buckets are full. So we've been looking since probably last September of how to get the buckets of comp time and holiday zeroed out, because as the firefighters earn every payday, the ordinance actually says, or the policy says, you got to go comp time, then holiday. So as those buckets of vacation fill up, that's one of the things I'm seeing. They can't actually take the vacation time because they continue to earn comp time or holiday, and they never can get to their vacation. So that's something we're trying to fix with these policies. One of the things, thank y'all for putting overtime in my budget this year. We have stopped most of the comp time, and we're getting that down, but it takes time.
All right, thank you. And Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. This may be a question for the fire chief, but if we pass, I think I'm understanding correctly that we're about to pull out part of the policy to pass. Is this going to apply to the firefighters while they are still in negotiations?
Thank you for that question. I think I understand. Any policy or anything we put forth today, tomorrow, the negotiations are going on with the negotiation team. So anything can be changed within that contract because it's going to end up being a contract. So anything that y'all vote on tonight can be up for discussion within those closed walls of that negotiation and can be up, lowered, whatever, in those negotiations because it's a contract. So just because you vote something up or down today doesn't change the parameters of what we're negotiating in a contract.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, I just want us to be mindful of talking about the negotiations out in public, because I know it's an executive session discussion, and I don't want to compromise the negotiations. However, Ms. Graham, Chief Jones, Mr. Toms, and even Ms. Sadler Jones, I have spoken with you all about this pay and premium pay, and several of us council members are working with Ms. Sadler Jones for her to bring a recommendation back at the next council meeting. And also in the last council meeting, I asked Ms. Jones to come up with a recommendation in 30 days on how we should pay premium pay to first responders and all employees, and also how we should address the payout of some of this comp time. I will reserve the rest of my discussion for executive session regarding the collective bargaining agreement, but I will ask Ms. Jones to bring you a recommendation back that you discussed with council members, and we're working on a resolution at the next work session, and I would like to move forward with approving the drug-free policy and then holding the rest. And I wish I can say more, but I can't because I don't want to compromise anything.
All right. Did you have a response, Ms. Graham?
I would also like to ask of council and mayor to look at the policies before you make the decision to hold them, to see if there are additional policies that you'd be willing to vote on today. For example, the amendments to the sick leave policy. The sick leave policy, as it currently stands, it states that only an employee can take off for sick leave, where I've amended that to where if an employee has a dependent, like a child, they can take a sick leave to take the child to the doctor as well. So the policies that I have written, if you would review over them before you make the decision, they are a benefit to the employees in that they are clarifying things and not hindering them, nor would they hurt any negotiations that are happening in the future.
Do you mind if I?
You still have the floor, yes.
Okay, and thank you, Ms. Graham. That policy, I'm okay, and don't get me wrong, I do think some of these policies do benefit employees, but some of these policies, you know, I would like to talk more with you offline, and I'm trying to be, you know, as diplomatic as possible. But can you please state any policies that you would like for us to approve at this time besides the drug-free policy and that policy? You know what, just to be on the safe side, let's just continue on past this drug-free policy, and at the next council meeting, we will adopt. We just need to have more discussion with you. And quite frankly, a lot of employees have come to us, and we have diverted them back to you and the city manager about concerns about some of these policies. So I'm just trying to and we have told them to come talk with you, Ms. Sally Jones. So we just want to be mindful to not hurt the collective bargaining agreement and adopt any policies that may hurt our workforce base. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Graham, I'm going to actually let everyone else finish. Go ahead, Ms. Williams. Councilwoman Williams.
The city manager's trying to get
City manager, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear. You are in favor of taking action on the drug-free workplace policy, but the other proposed policies, you want us to hold and bring those back to the March council meeting? Is that clear?
We're actually still in discussion.
Okay.
We all haven't spoken, so before we make any decisions, let's finish the discussion.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually wanted to see, since we are running ahead of the times that are posted on the agenda, if we could lay this on the table and let us get to our break and see if we can use that time to get a, I guess, comprehensive list from you, Ms. Graham, of things that we could potentially, we need to do now, and the things that I think are being discussed, if maybe hold those things until March, but I think it seems like we maybe need to circle up and come back to this at the end of this meeting if the mayor is amenable to that course of action.
All right, Councilmember Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. That was kind of my question. I had a point of inquiry, is if we could take this up in executive session, hear from Ms. Graham, and come back after that with the decision.
Council Member Sebastian.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. I just don't feel comfortable that I have enough knowledge to move forward on a lot of these big items that are very important. So again, I don't know if I should have known, but the point is I'm not aware. I don't have enough information, and I don't feel comfortable making a decision on this. So I would like the opportunity. I mean, if we do address this afterwards, hopefully we can get enough things flushed out in the exec session. If not, I would really prefer to have the time to go over this with HR and the city manager to sort of inform my knowledge before moving forward.
Council Member Gomes.
Thank you for recognizing me. I don't think these items we are able to discuss in executive session, but as far as for Ms. Graham, what has been the practice before you got here is that the HR director will sit down with some council members and explain the benefits and the highlights and how it would actually work by doing a presentation. Are you amenable to that? I think that would also help with sharing the ideas and where we will feel more comfortable in making a decision going forward. So I think, right now we're at a point where we don't have a lot of information, even though we've read these policies, but just to make it, simple and simplistic for all of us to pretty much understand and the benefits of why we need to go ahead and move forward for our workforce. I think a presentation would be more helpful.
Yes, no problem. I can do that.
Dr. Baker.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if it's possible, if Ms. Graham could probably speak with the city manager and work out those items that are paramount and allow us to come back, because I agree with Councilwoman Gumbs. I don't think that these are items that we could discuss in the executive session. Yeah.
All right, I have a few comments and observations. I would like to start with you, Ms. Graham. First, could you just tell me how long have you been working in HR?
My daughter's 20, so 20 years plus.
And can you name some of the cities or counties, municipalities that you've worked in HR in?
I worked for the city of Suwanee and the city of Norcross.
All right, thank you. I'm perplexed. We have heard all of this protest about the legislative process. We got to follow the legislative process. This item has been in the legislative process since December. I hear all of this protest. We got to listen to our department heads. We got to listen to our department heads. Our department head has made a recommendation. It's been in the pipeline since December. We had an entire HR presentation last month. And we have just heard our police chief and our fire chief say that they recommended these policies need to be changed. I don't think that this is the place to go through every single policy that you have proposed, because we did that at the work session. So if we're going to trust our legislative process and we're going to trust our department heads and the recommendations, then we're going to trust them. And it's fine if we don't trust them. It's fine if we want to debate them, but I just don't want that thrown at my feet when we have another topic and it's like, oh, we got to listen to our department heads. You clearly have spoken for months, and we could listen to you or opt not to listen to you. I do have a question for City Manager Jones and for Attorney Hyman. Can you tell me when we began negotiations with the fire union? I don't want you to share any other details, but when did we enter into these negotiations?
I received a written notification, I would say around November the 8th or 9th.
November, December, January, February, 4 months. And Mr. Hyman, if we were to make changes in the contract that affected anything that we were deciding tonight, could we then come back and amend the HR policy so that they would be in line with whatever is negotiated?
The council can always vote to amend their actions today if that's what they chose to do.
So my concern is that we have over a dozen policy changes that have been on the table for months, and they are being held up by negotiations. These negotiations for one department are holding up changes that affect our bottom line. We've heard 2 ways that they affect our bottom line. If we were to sit and go through all of them, I would strongly advise we can hold this on the table now, but I do want to say I don't think that these are items that we can talk about in executive session. That is my ruling. I don't think we should be going back talking about that. I would hope that we could just pass the policies that have been recommended by these department heads, and if there is such a time where we need to amend the policies, we could amend them. But we are accruing thousands of dollars in hours that we've heard about. We're losing thousands of dollars in insurance premiums, and those are just the 2 that we've heard about. So I think it would behoove us to go ahead and pass these things, and then if we need to go back and make changes later, we could do that. So I would like to ask council to consider that. Dr. Rowell.
I want to send a message that's loud and clear to our employees. We support you. We don't want to implement something and then in 30 days we say, hey, we should change the policies. I think we've heard from this council that they want to make sure that we're having an equitable process. And so I just want the city manager, if you and the city attorney to bring us back close, by the time we get to our next regularly scheduled meeting, a recommendation as it relates to that agreement so we can close this down and vote on these policies. And I think you will have the comfort from council to move forward. I mean, that's the bottom line.
Councilwoman Gumbs.
I agree with Councilwoman Dr. Rowell. I think it's important for us to make sound decisions so we don't have to go back and undo the work. I don't think a 30-day time frame, and hopefully you bringing it back, city manager, some information back to us within 30 days would affect our policy. I mean, if we're already consistent in doing it as it is, I don't think that it will impact us for another 30 days. So I am asking that if we are able to have that presentation so we can make a sound decision as far as how to move forward with this, and then also to the recommendations as far as for the collective bargaining. I think that makes sense. It's logical, and we'd like to see that happen.
All right, and with that, I am going to close discussion, and I'm going to end with this reiteration. We're either going to listen to our department heads or we're not. We are going to take time with things when we need more time, or we're not. I asked for us to take 30 more days before we went forward with bonuses, but we didn't. So I just want us to be consistent in how we are applying the rules. If someone asks for something to be held, whether it's the mayor or the council member, we're going to listen to them and say, if they say they need more time, we're going to offer everyone the same grace, or we're not. We're going to be consistent as a council, or we're going to be inconsistent. And with that, I will call for the vote. You want to just restate what the last motion was? Thank you.
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Gumbs, to approve the drug-free policy before the council.
All right, roll call vote.
Councilmember Rowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, you did have a item 1 and 2 under there. I didn't know how you wanted to handle that.
It sounds like we're going to have more discussion.
Okay.
So we'll just hold that. Let's keep the meeting moving. Hopefully we'll get everyone out of here by 9 o'clock. That is my goal. Please sound the next item.
Okay, item 25, first read of an ordinance to amend Title I Administration, Chapter 6, Municipal Employees of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to add Section 2-6010, Healthy Workplace and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmembers Williams, Rowell, Sebastian, and Reeves.
All right, this is a first read. Did we have any comment? All right, please sound the next item.
May I?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. No, it's not really a comment so much as I just wanted to thank our HR director, Ms. Graham. I think we were great minds think alike, and so we were, I think, coming at this from two different directions, but really landed in the same place, and I appreciate her input and her willingness to work with us on bringing this forward.
All right, anyone else? All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 26, request council approval of resolution to amend the city's holiday schedule to recognize Kwanzaa, December 26th through January 1st, as an official city holiday and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Mayor Khalid and Councilmember Baker.
All right, well, I'm going to say before I entertain a motion, as I said in the beginning, I think that there is a method by which our holidays become American holidays. Such was the case for Martin Luther King Day, was the case for Juneteenth, will be the case hopefully in Congress right now for Rosa Parks Day, and could be the case the city of South Fulton. We do have, with so much negative press that we receive, we do have the opportunity tonight to be the first city in the nation to make this holiday, which is a week between Christmas and New Year's where most people are off anyway, to make it an official city holiday. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion
Go ahead.
to approve.
All right, is there a second? That motion fails for a lack of a second. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 27, request council approval of a resolution to amend the city's holiday schedule and human resources manual to recognize summer Fridays, May through August, and a summer break the first full week of July as wellness days and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
Thank you. And actually, if you are following along in your agenda, if you receive the newsletter, there's actually an updated policy. So we are not doing the week break in summer. This would just be wellness days, summer Fridays, May through August for City Hall office workers. I worked very diligently with this on this with our HR director, Mckee Graham, and we've heard tonight that people have banked hours. We have thousands of dollars in banked hours. We are entertaining other proposals by police and fire that will cost tens of thousands of dollars. It's in the budget. Most of them, I'm not sure about all of the fire ones, and all of that's being negotiated. This is a revenue neutral. This would be a zero cost benefit. I think it's just another chance for us to make the news for something positive, for being a progressive city, attracting a millennial workforce. There are over 50% of American employers have begun to recognize summer Fridays. So I hope that it is something that we could pass tonight. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
I wasn't a kid.
Councilmember Rowell.
For this particular item,
You said there had been some update in the change in terms of how these would be handled? That's different than what was in the queue? I mean, in the
Yes, I'm
process?
sorry, I didn't realize, so we're gonna go back to discussion. I need everybody to raise their hands high because our queue is not working, we're
Yeah,
having
that's-
electronic issues. Yes, if you look in the agenda packet that was mailed out, that is actually an amended version. So there is no summer break the first full week of July. It is just summer Fridays, May through August, and it is also only for City Hall office workers. We are, so non-essential employees, we have a group of incentive packages, including a bonus and retention bonus for our police officers that we're going to be passing tonight. I am in full support of. This is for our non-essential office workers in City Hall.
Again, so I'm just clarifying, this is not the one that went through the legislative process?
It is the one that went through the legislative process, and it has
Okay.
been amended to strike the week of summer break. And it's the one that was in the agenda packet. I
Okay.
wish,
So is it,
I'm sorry, one second.
And then I just,
Go ahead.
can I follow a question? City manager, does this have no fiscal impact?
From my understanding, it does have a fiscal impact.
That's what was my understanding, so, again, I want to make sure that we bring things back that are taking a holistic approach. I think, our workforce knows that this council has probably passed some of the most progressive employee policies, concerned about this, but, and again, we are government, we're not the private sector. Government never closes. I mean, that's the reality. So what is the fiscal impact? Do you have that information?
I don't have it. Ms. Slayton Dixon, do you have the fiscal impact for this particular resolution with you? I have it in my binder here.
For those of you following along, we're on page 417 in the agenda.
Okay, Mayor, Council, City Manager, according to the way it's written, if it's only just City Hall staff that's gonna be off, there is no fiscal impact. Now, if it's Parks and Rec staff, they have to work, then it will be, because of the fact they're gonna get their regular time, plus if it's considered a holiday, they would get an extra 8 hours up to 12 hours as Human Resources stated.
So just a follow-up, this is HR, I'm not used to all these different 900 ways of doing it. Certain employees don't and some do. I don't know, I think I'd be upset if I was employee in the wrong department. Can somebody speak to that? I mean, have we looked at, I mean, we talk about equity all the time. That's an equity conversation for me.
Okay, so the way that the legislative process has it written, it would be basically a closure of City Hall. So then if the building is closed, then employees would not be reporting to work. So that would be how there would be no financial impact to the employees because they're already off if the building is closed. So that's what I
Thank
think
you for
the
that
legislative said.
clarification. Given that probably the number one concern I have is that people can't reach people in City Hall, that's a problem for me. I'm just gonna be honest. We gotta get our service delivery right.
All right, Councilwoman Willis?
And so, I did talk with the city manager about this, and her concern was, you know, the number one complaint we get from residents is service delivery issues. They don't feel when they call City Hall, you know, it's enough responsiveness. We already struggle in the summertime with high grass. We can't cut the grass fast enough. We can't pick up trash now fast enough. We are getting blasted about services in our park and recreation department. We're getting blasted about the long wait to get permits. and how people are trying to get permits to do improvements on their homes, and how they're trying to get permits to build things, and they can't get responses timely enough. And we are really struggling right now in that area of service delivery. And so to give, and we are one of the most liberal municipalities, because our employees get 15-day paid holidays off when most cities only have about 10 to 12. And in addition to the 15 paid holidays off, they get 2 weeks of vacation. And so I am not, I know employees will enjoy this extra time off, but we are not the government sector. I mean, we're not the corporate sector. We're not a Fortune 500 company. We are in the business to deliver service. We're not even in the business for profit. We're in the business to deliver service. And so I cannot wholeheartedly support this measure, knowing that we are in desperation with service delivery, and I'm getting blasted every single day because something hasn't been done timely enough.
All right, I see Councilmember Sebastian.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. I share the same concerns that my previous colleagues mentioned. I still get calls, even yesterday on a holiday, about the permitting process and asking us to take a look at improving how we can move things faster through the city. We get calls, as was said, about trash and different services. We hear it a lot. I'm in favor of doing something, especially maybe on Fridays, or it could be, looking to see how we could rotate some staff in and some get one Fridays off and others, rotate in and out. But I just can't approve this. The time frame from May through August especially seemed to be too long in my estimation to impact our service days. And I just want us to go back, take a look at this, streamline it. I still think there's, if not only from a service point of view, but also from a revenue point of view, is that going to have an impact if staff is not available for certain things that we do? I think we need to take a closer look at this and see if we can come up with something that's real streamlined and equitable to all employees.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I guess maybe I'm slightly confused because the ordinance resolution that's in the queue says that it was revised on the 18th, and the accompanying FIS memo says that there's no financial impact, which is the basis on which I offered a second of this motion. So I guess my first question is what I'm looking in the queue correct? Because now I'm hearing that there is a financial impact, and if that is the case, then I would not have seconded this motion and would like to rescind it, because it was based on an understanding that there was no financial impact.
Ms. Sladen-Dixon, would you like to repeat? I believe she said that with this revision, there is no financial impact, but she is here. She can say that directly.
Yes, I want to reiterate that it won't be. It was just because it was first presented that it was going to be a holiday, but now that it's not going to be a holiday, then it's not going to be a financial impact.
Thank you. Councilmember Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Madam Jones, is there a way that this legislation can move forward by you, the city manager, instituting an internal rotating schedule within each department so that everyone can enjoy a Friday off during the summertime while school is out?
Councilmember Reeves, we currently have a flexible working schedule policy in our HR policies. I have instructed our directors that they can institute that policy. I'm even doing that currently within the city manager's office. So our directors, they can do the scheduling however way they please, as long as my directive was to them was that as long as somebody is covering, their departments. I do not want anybody to call, the city and say that they are not able, or come to the city in a department and nobody is there. So there needs to be somebody covering each of those particular departments. But again, we do have a flexible work schedule already in place.
Correct, and you and I had conversation about extending that and letting employees have an extra day off as a floating workday, correct?
Pardon me?
You and I had a conversation about extending that policy internally instead of having to legislate it, correct?
That's correct, yes, which is what we're doing right now already.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
All right, Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you for recognizing me. I think the city manager kind of answered it best. I think this is something that our leadership can handle within their own departments, working as far as the schedule. I don't understand how there's no financial impact if we will be closing City Hall. So that doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know if somebody can explain that, because we do a lot of activities as far as permitting and things of that nature. So how is it that there's no financial impact if City Hall is closed?
Would you like me to explain that?
Yes.
Okay, Council. Because if you're closing City Hall for employees, for example, hourly employees, it's already budgeted 2080, that's 2,080 hours. That's the amount of hours in a year that employees are scheduled to work and that is budgeted. So if it's closed, that they just can't work, they're still budgeted for that day. We're not adding an additional 8 hours onto their pay. So that's how it's no financial impact on the personnel.
I understand as far as personnel, but as far as services and then residents coming into our city having to pay certain bills or to follow through with permits. So there are additional services that the city will be missing out on if we are closed versus the employees.
So then that's different. That's revenue that you're talking about.
Okay, so that means that we will not be, there is a financial
personnel.
impact. So thank you for that. But again, with my comments, I definitely think that this is something that our leadership can work within their own departments moving forward.
All right, it looks like the queue is clear. I'm going to make a few closing comments before we call for the vote. First, I am again hearing this rationale that we should listen to our city manager and department heads. I really hope that we will be consistent in applying that all the time. If we as council are allowed to make recommendations and disagree, and I believe that we are, then we should be allowed to make recommendations and disagree and volley with our, as Dr. Baker would say, volley with our department heads. But if when a department head says something, that's what it is, then we have to, that is specious reasoning to apply in one instance and not in the other. There is no financial impact because, and I want to talk, Councilman Sebastian, you asked for us to go back and look and take a look at it and streamline it. That's exactly what we did. We went back, we took a look at it, we streamlined it for City Hall employees. We made sure that there was no financial impact. Studies have shown that work output and productivity actually increases in places that institute summer Fridays. So if someone needs to, first off, if someone needs a business permit, they should be able to do that online. It's 2022. You should not have to come into City Hall to get a business permit. If we haven't figured that out, let's get on it. There should be an app for that. The finance director has stated that there is no financial impact. Ms. Kiefer, is she available? Is she here? Okay, because we've heard that there was this backlog. There was a backlog in our business permitting department because everyone in our planning, zoning, community development, and regulatory affairs department resigned. They all resigned or were fired. Right? So that we emptied our department out. So the reason that we had a backlog in business permits because we didn't have anybody to process the business permits. Is that not the reason that we had the backlog?
Well, first of all, not everybody was fired or resigned.
Okay.
The issue with the backlog did have to do with the number of plans and things like that were being reviewed. However, I am happy to say, and I wish Ms. Kiefer was here, because we started off probably about 2 months ago at 600 backlog. We're now down, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Toms, down to 200 for our backlog, lower. Okay, so we're bringing our backlog down.
That's awesome. So the backlog was a one-time issue and not a systemic problem. It was an issue of staffing. Why did the backlog happen?
It just happened, Mayor. I can't
Okay.
give an explanation at this point.
My understanding is that it was an issue of staffing. We did have some high-profile resignations, and I know that we've had difficulty filling those. This is the kind of incentive that attracts people to work in our city. It does not, we've heard about high grass and we've heard about parks and recs. They don't work in City Hall. So we are addressing all of these issues. This is what the legislative process is for. And the final concern that I heard was about equity. So right now, our public safety workers received gladiator pay during the pandemic, and as well they should. They received gladiator pay. They are receiving $1,000 checks from the governor, Brian Kemp. We're going to be giving them $3,000 checks tonight in our police department. They get take-home cars. Right now we're talking about a housing assistance program for our public safety workers. I think all those things are great. I agree, Dr. Rowell. If I was sitting in City Hall seeing public safety workers getting all of these things, I would be concerned about where is the equity for me. I think that it's just as important for us to have people in our parks department that live in the city of South Fulton.
I agree.
So I hope that when we do this housing benefit, that we make sure that not only our police officers and our firefighters, but that the people that are working with our parents and children, that our seniors and our children, that we're including them in that housing benefit. So this is actually in the wake of the hundreds of thousands of dollars in benefits that we've given out that most City Hall office workers have not been eligible for. This is a benefit that would create some equity in our city. We've heard from our professionals, from our department heads, if we're going to listen to them, because that's what we said, that it's revenue neutral. And with that, I am going to call for the vote. Roll call vote, please.
We have a motion by.
Go ahead.
We have a motion by Councilmember Reeves, Mayor Pro Tem Reeves, seconded by Councilmember Williams, to approve the revised legislation striking and a summer break the first full week of July. Are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Rowell?
Nay.
Councilmember Gumbs?
I would say that a healthy workplace is what will attract people to work for the city of South Fulton. So my answer is no.
Councilmember Willis?
No.
Councilmember Sebastian?
No, I don't know. I thought that the second was rescinded, but maybe I'm mistaken. But my vote is a no.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Friday Night Live, aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Baker?
Aye.
All right, that fails. Thank you. Please sound the next item.
Next item is to request council approval of a resolution offering a one-time $2,500 American Rescue Plan bonus to all well and high-performing City of South Fulton employees. This is sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
All right, so I'm going to just explain this. We had some conversations about police bonuses. Again, 100% in favor. I just wanted to make sure that we had a holistic human resources discussion. This was supposed to be the month that we decided all things human resources. I am really trying hard to have these themed agendas so that we can think interdisciplinarily and holistically about the policies that we are making. We are going to likely approve a $3,000 bonus for police officers tonight. This would offer a $2,500 bonus through the American Rescue Plan Fund, which is something that has been done in multiple municipalities, DeKalb, Atlanta, on and on, Columbus, Athens, Clark County, Fulton County. Again, we heard the feedback that we didn't want to just give out blanket bonuses. We do have a performance evaluation that was recommended by our HR director, and I'm not sure that we're going to get back to passing that tonight, but it would create a performance evaluation process for all of our employees where people would be rated at the end of the process from 1 to 5, from being, and I'm sorry, we have, it should be here, being, where are you, Ms. Graham? What is the 3? Could you just say what the 3 is? My mind is skipping me and our computers are just not working tonight.
I'm sorry, what are the 3?
Is it well qualified or a contributor?
Oh, the rating scale for the performance evaluation?
Yes.
There's 5. So it's exceptional, exceeds, there is successfully meets, and then successfully minus, and then of course needs improvement.
Thank you. So everyone that meets or exceeds expectations and is a qualified or exceptional contributor, only those people would be eligible for the bonus, and only those people who make less than $72,000 a year, because that's another one of the requirements. Only those employees that are making less than $72,000 a year and have been evaluated to be successful contributors to our organization or excellent contributors to our organization would be eligible for this bonus. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of inquiry.
Yes.
Is that resolution for the performance bonus, was that earlier where we stayed that and passed the
drug-free workplace?
Drug-free workplace.
So no, this would be tied to the performance bonus so that no bonuses would be given out until we had passed that process. So no bonuses are going out until we pass that process. And then after we pass that evaluation process, then those people that are rated successful to exceptional, who make less than $72,000 would all get that.
Yes, sir. So can I ask that we just postpone this until we pass that legislation?
Yes, I'll entertain a motion. So if that is your motion.
So move.
All right, is there a second?
To postpone it?
Yes.
Say that, Councilman Reeves, can you say that?
Yes. Asking him to postpone this legislation to correspond with the legislation that gets passed with the performance evaluation, because that they wouldn't qualify because there's no performance evaluations. You understand?
Yes.
Point of discussion.
Yeah,
A second?
maybe.
So, okay,
All right, so let me try. We have a performance evaluation process. That was one of the dozen or so HR policies that we have placed on the table until next month. And should this bonus pass, the only people who would be eligible for it are people who, after we have gone through that process, are deemed successful or exceptional.
So we're asking to lay this on the table along with the other.
Yes, that
along
is
with
that
those
is an
other-
option. Now we could also pass it, and it still would not take effect until we passed the other policy. So whether we pass it or whether we pass it or hold it, the effect would be the same until because it is tied to this performance evaluation. It would not take effect until we had passed that. Dr. Baker, I see your hand.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We would need a substitute motion. Well,
Well, I'd
actually,
like to
this is failed
For lack of second,
for lack of a second. Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
second.
it's been
Discussion.
properly moved and seconded. Discussion.
I would like to ask a question surrounding the $72,000 maximum, I guess. I would say you know, equity don't necessarily mean equal. And if I was a top performer who just happened to make $72,001, and my boss said that I am exceptional, I would want to know. I would want to be included in this. So I would love to hear some explanation from HR as to why we capped that at 72,000. What's the reasoning?
Okay, so that's not anything that the city is capping, that's the law as it relates to the ARP.
Okay, so it's legal that we cannot
Yes.
use the funds for anyone who make more than $72,000.
Yes, there's a whole formula that they put into that grant, and it calculates to equal the amount of it's either 72 to 78,000, but there is a max cap of gross wages that they allow us to apply the grant towards.
So that's based on the funds, the source of the funds.
That's based on the source of the funds, yes,
Well,
sir.
Again, going back to human nature, right? Even though the source of the rules that is surrounding the source of the funds say we cannot use that source for anyone making $72,000 or more, regardless of their performance level, human nature still suggests that I would not feel good about it if I was one of those people making $72,000 and I'm what we'll say an exceptional performer. I would not want the source of the funds to be the thing that determine whether I should qualify or not. So to me, if we're gonna implement something like this, we should look for multiple funding sources in which we can make it equitable, right? Even if we decide that it's too expensive or whatever, wherever the rest of the funds are coming from, but at least make sure those high performers above $72,000 get some sort of recognition. So they may get extra time off. I don't know. But I think we should look at those people and how we can make them whole, so to speak. Thank you.
Are you done? Just a follow-up question. We are going to be looking at police bonuses. I believe that's next. They have the same, do they not? Do they have the same requirement under the ARP? Or are these bonuses exempt? So regardless of what your salary is, everyone would be eligible for those 3,000.
Okay, so can you please clarify your question, Mayor?
I want to know, is there, because I do believe that we should have parity, and our chief is there if you'd like to speak to that. Is there any salary cap on the bonuses for the police bonuses? He says there is no salary cap.
No.
So I would love to see this passed, and then we look for funding. I don't like to pass things that we don't have funding for. We do have the funding for this. If we want to ask our city manager to make a funding plan, I would welcome that as an additional, as an additional proposal, a proposal in addition to this. I think that that is why this legislative process is so important, because those were comments that were provided in the legislative process and in the American Rescue Plan Act presentation that we all received from the Georgia Municipal Association on February 8th.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a substitute motion?
We're in discussion, and Councilman Willis, you are going to be the last person, and yes, go ahead.
I will not be supporting this measure, and I won't be supporting this measure because I spoke with the city manager and requested for her to bring a recommendation back to the next work session on how premium pay should be allocated. And speaking to her, she explained to me that we just got the final guidance for the ARP funds, and there are a lot of things that change, and there are a lot of things that must be considered. And she is still working through that with HR, and she's going to bring a recommendation back to this council. Also, we can't compare what we are about to overturn your veto for as far as the police officers, because that is a different funding source. what Chief Meadows is funding that with is salary savings. And he's just working within his own budget to for hiring and retention bonuses. So that's a totally different source. And so I do support employees. I do support us looking at ways that we can compensate them equitably. But I also know that we are fairly compensating our employees, because we did a wage and compensation study 3 years ago, and at the last council meeting, we have directed our city manager to do another wage and compensation study to bring any employees who may be facing compression issues or who are not being paid based on market rate up to the standard. And all employees are getting a 3% raise. And so I just will not be supporting this measure, because when I asked the city manager, had you talked to her about this, the answer was not no. I mean, the answer was no. And I would like to hear from the city manager at this time about this measure on the table. Thank you.
Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We can certainly look at the ARP funding and look to see if there are other options for doing things for our employees. You had given me some information, Mayor. You had mentioned DeKalb, you had mentioned Fulton. I reached out to the county manager. I did ask him, how were they using their ARP money to pay all of their employees? And I did specifically ask him, are you paying all of your employees? And he said yes. So what I was planning on doing was getting together with the finance director, the HR director, talking to Fulton County, talking to some of these other cities to see how did they use it, because my expectation is that we are using the money within the guidelines that have been presented to us by the federal government. That I do not want to compromise, doing something wrong just to do something for our employees. I want to make sure that everything is done with the utmost integrity and that we're following the law.
Thank you. And so other cities and counties have done it, and I believe that we can do it as well. There is a substitute motion by Councilman Sebastian.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I want to move that we postpone this and that we seek a source of funding that can take care of our employees that make $72,000 and above, right? And that we task the city manager to come back with that plan so that this council can vote on it and feel comfortable that we're treating all of our employees with this one-time bonus in a more fair way. I'm not against it in principle, but I think we need to make it whole for everyone. So that's my motion.
Is there a second? That fails for a lack of a second. So we do have a motion on the floor. And I'm sorry that failed. I think that it's a wonderful idea, Mr. Sebastian. I think that we should think about how we can do this for everyone, but apparently that is not the pleasure of this council. So there is a motion on the floor. Could you read that motion, please? And then let's roll call vote, please.
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Baker, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Reeves to approve this measure as presented.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rowell.
Nay.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Nay.
Councilmember Willis.
Nay.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
No.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item fails 2-5.
All right, thank you. And now we are at, go ahead and sound that next item.
Next item is item 29. Council consideration of an override of the mayor's veto of council's approval of hiring bonus for post-certified police to receive $3,000 after 90 days employed with the commitment signed agreement to stay with the city for 36 months. The council approved this on January 25th, and the mayor vetoed it.
Right, thank you. So I do want to be clear, there's been a lot of misinformation about this veto. I vetoed the item because it was presented at a January meeting when we had already scheduled to have all of these HR discussions at a February meeting. I think it's clear to everyone that I'm getting a lot of opposition. I am going to continue trying to have themed agenda meetings. There's a lot of conversation about parks and rec. We need to have a reopening plan. So the plan for March is to talk about parks and recs. We actually just swapped the items after I spoke with the parks director. So the plan for March is to talk about parks and recs. The plan for April is to talk about planning, zoning, and community development. The plan for May is to talk about public works and sanitation, including our sanitation service. I would ask my colleagues to look at that agenda and govern yourselves accordingly. And not just my colleagues on council, but my staff, our staff. If we can have focused topics, when we get to this, my hope was that by pushing all of this HR stuff till February, right, is that everybody would have a chance to read all the documents. That we would just focus on HR stuff. We heard today people like, oh, I need more time. We've been talking about it for 4 months, but everybody hasn't read through everything. But that's why we pushed it out to February, so that everyone could read through everything regarding HR and we could have holistic discussions. We are still piecemealing in our budgeting. We're going to pass some HR things now and pass some other HR things later. And if that's the way that we're going to operate, I mean, that's the way that we're going to operate. I am going to continue trying to have these holistic discussions where we stay on a topic, and that way, it's not just a style thing, right? It's making sure that everybody understands everything that's in the agenda packet. It's about having shorter agenda packets. It's about having the entire collective genius of this council and our staff focused on one topic. We could have focused all of February on HR, this one topic. We can still focus all of March on parks and recreation and our reopening plans. So that is the reason that I vetoed it, not because I don't believe in that police officers should get things, not because I'm trying to defund the police. If I could rescind the veto, I would. I passed it so that it could be on the agenda for this meeting. So with full support, again, with full support for this item, I will now entertain a motion to override the veto.
I move to override the veto and I have discussion.
Second.
Councilwoman Willis.
So, Mayor, again, we have a legislative process, and the legislative process is when council wants to put forth, or you wants to put forth a legislation. It goes, we work with the city attorney, and then it goes through a legislative process for staff and council to give feedback, and then it goes to the agenda. That is outlined in our administrative ordinance. And if you want themed agendas, then you should probably do legislation and let us vote it up or down to impact police officers or public safety, because you want something voted on at a certain time. It's just not right, and it's just not feasible. And again, I understand you're getting pushback on a lot of things because we haven't talked. And I hope that we would get a lot of this stuff resolved at the retreat. You have to build consensus with this council. You just can't take the heavy hand approach to everything, especially when there's a process in place. You're going to keep on with these theme agendas, and things are going to continue to be walked on this agenda, because that is not the way our process flows. When we get to talking about the lights in the South Fulton Tennis Center, people will have an understanding of why theme agendas don't work when things need to be addressed. And so I support our public safety. They should not have had to deal with this political process. And we have a process, a legislative process, and I just would appreciate if you will follow the legislative process. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was at a meeting last night with some constituents, and, one person said to me, they live, District 4 obviously is the largest geographic district in the city. And these people live close to the end of the district near Palmetto. And I asked them to forward me the information because they said that twice they had issues at their homes and they were not able to get police service within 2 hours. Now, that sounds pretty unusual right now, but nonetheless, I asked them to send me the information. And the reason why I'm mentioning all this is because when we fought to create this city, police and fire, parks and recreation, zoning, and our money were at the top of the list of things that we wanted. Even throughout that process, some of us fell victim of crime, myself included. Okay? Yep. We have done a tremendous job, especially through our police department, that the kind of crime that's happening in Atlanta is not happening in South Fulton. And so when I talk about equity does not mean equal, when we look at the marketplace, Mr. Mayor, and see all this money being offered for public safety personnel, it behooves us to act as quickly as possible because these men and women are very expensive to recruit, very expensive to train, and very expensive to put on the streets. So while I agree that we need to treat all employees with some equity, the reality of the world is we cannot afford to have the situation with the lack of police resources like what we had pre-cityhood. And so I was disappointed that this thing was vetoed regardless of this month being HR resources because our police basically were just under this heavy recruiting by other police department, the sheriff, Fulton County, etc. So again, I apologize to our police officers. I feel the need to say that because I even got a direct email. And so it is not the intent of this council to make you feel any less than, regardless of what's happening in other police departments. So I hope you guys will continue to stay focused and thank you for keeping us safer than we were before. We have a lot of work to do and I think we need to build our police department. I think we projected pre-cityhood to be about 300 plus officers. And we're less than 200 now. So we still got a lot of work to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Dr. Baker.
Yes, I just have a question regarding the procedure. Like, this was vetoed, it was still held. So what is the process now to just override a veto that was already effective and we've already opined and dealt with the issues now? Like, and I guess that should be towards Attorney Hyman. Like, I don't think we've had this situation before where his veto was still effective and now we're seeking to override it. Like, is this just a procedure?
It is in our ordinance. When the mayor exercises veto power, then the matter automatically gets put on the next regular agenda. It doesn't go on the works, it has come on the next regular, and it takes 5 votes to override the mayor's veto.
I think that this is something that should be, I guess, documented because at the time we had city council meetings within a shorter time span where if it was going to be effective or impact anything, it would have probably been at the next meeting 2 Tuesdays out. But since now we have virtual meeting where we have meetings for work session and for council meetings, this is almost like we're just doing it procedurally because the veto was still effective. We're not really overriding anything.
That's not true.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion. I'll clear it up. Are you through, Dr. Baker?
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to find out.
Okay. I see no one else in the queue, so I'm just going to make a few closing comments.
I'm in the queue.
I'm sorry, there's someone in the queue?
Yeah.
Dr. Rowell, go ahead.
Yeah, this is not, the charter is very clear on how you override a veto. This is not anything new. We've done it before. This is a matter of practice that it appears on a regularly scheduled meeting. Councilman Baker is right. Previously, we used to have meetings 2 times a month, so you would see it sooner. But the reality is that he could not implement this until we dealt with this. So it's not just procedural. The police chief couldn't move forward, and we've been in limbo for a month. So I just want to make that clear. Our charter speaks to that process.
Right, so we're gonna just, okay, I'm clear. Thank you, Dr. Rowell, I appreciate it.
All right, and so with that, I'm going to make a few closing comments. I want to say first that I do agree with you, Councilman Sebastian. I think all of the money that is being proffered by other departments does create a competitive environment. It is true that DeKalb in Atlanta and Athens and Columbus and Fulton County have offered bonuses for all of their employees. So the environment is competitive for government workers, period. Which is why I offered this agenda item to give bonuses to employees, which we did not act on.
Point of order. Offer that item.
I'm sorry?
Point of order, it's not germane.
It is. I'm responding to some comments that were made, but I'll move on. The Madam Human Resources Director, Ms. Nikki Graham, could you please come to the mic? I just have some questions. So my first question is, have in the past 30 days since this veto, have we had resignations of police officers?
I don't know if they've been police officers. Have you? I don't. Civilian, but they weren't. No, they weren't police officers. Yeah.
Okay, so no.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good to hear. I would hate to think that. I agree. We do want to have faster response times. I would hate to think that we have to give a $3,000 bonus to get people to respond faster. And I'm very happy to hear that no one has resigned because of the wait for this bonus. The wait is over. We are going to process this now. I do want to speak to this. I do want to speak to this idea about communication and being heavy-handed.
Ready for that?
Again, I'm just responding to comments that were already made. So I was talking about the text messages and the reaching out that I have done to Mayor Edwards. I haven't spoken to him since the election. He did text me congratulations on December 1st.
Not germane.
I'm responding to comments that were made about the process and about my communication. You made the comment, Councilwoman Willis, so I would like to respond to it. You know, when you see a text message, one of the things that you can do is that you can go back and see, like, you know, the last time that you had a text message with someone. The last text that I had from Mayor Edwards was November 2019. We had not spoken outside of a councilman meeting in 3 years. And this is why this is so important to me, is I think, you know, it's been confusing to me. I feel like I'm reaching out, I'm emailing, I'm texting. I know Councilman Reeves, you and I talk pretty regularly. Councilman Baker, you and I talk almost every other day. We just went to lunch yesterday. Councilwoman Rowell. So if you were to ask me how my communication is going with the council, I would say it's going great. I would give myself an A, but it's all relative to the communication that you had with the previous mayor. We've only had one mayor. So for someone who has not spoken to the mayor in 3 years, me sending emails, me sending things to the legislative process, me calling, me trying to have council nights, I've been doing all of these things to try and increase communication. I think that we talked a lot about equality and equity. There's a quote by the late great Ruth Bader Ginsburg who says that for people that are accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. So I just want to speak very clearly to this idea that I'm not communicating. I really am doing everything that I know how to do. I think that there are some people who were friends with the mayor. They
Point of order, Mayor.
It is. I
Point
believe
of
it
order.
is.
This
I
is
have
not
the
germane.
floor, and I just
But
wonder
you are
if I can have the
improper.
floor.
This is not right. What?
I'm
leave
responding
the former
to-
mayor
I'm
name
responding
out of
to
your
your
mouth.
comments.
He has nothing to do with this.
Well, may I? Do I have 5 minutes on the clock? Because I do believe that I have time on the clock.
this is
It doesn't
not
have to be 5 minutes. But I feel like people got to say whatever they wanted to, and I am responding. And do you think that I should have the right to respond? I am almost done. I am almost done. I am almost done.
It has to be germane, Mayor.
And so when I talk about these issues, when I hear, because I've heard repeatedly in comments from council tonight about these issues of communication, if you have been friendly with the mayor, if you hung out with him at his house, if you went to the cigar bar and smoked cigars, if you got to sit in his office when he drafted legislation, then your idea of communication is up here, and I'm never going to meet that. It's like trying to date a mama's boy. You can never do that. But I am trying, and so I'm going to continue to send emails. I'm going to come to the retreat. I'm going to continue to invite people. I'm going to continue to invite people to have discussions. I've had 4 items on the agenda, and they've all been voted down or postponed or tabled or whatever. So you can see that I might have some trepidation about putting items on the agenda, but I am trying. And with that,
Mayor, I'm going to move.
I will call for the vote.
Right, and I'm going to move that you allow council to respond to a lot of these accusations you made.
No, you
each
spoke,
council member.
and then I responded.
For the previous question.
Okay. Second.
All right. Please vote.
You voting on the main motion or the call to question?
We're voting on the previous question.
Okay, Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
And now for the motion, could you just read it back because it has been some time?
Yes, motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Sebastian to approve the override of the mayor's veto.
Please call the vote.
Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, and next item, please. We're almost to the end of our agenda. We are way ahead of schedule.
Next item is item 30, first read of an ordinance amending Title 15, Criminal Offenses, Chapter 1 in general of the City Code, pardoning certain charges under Section 15-1006A for the possession of 1 ounce or less of marijuana, alleviating the public burden of future charges under Section 15-1006A for the possession of 1 ounce or less of marijuana and for the lawful purposes. Sponsored by Councilmember Baker.
Dr. Baker?
Yes. Good evening. I think that legislation like this, and this is the first read, is what makes everything that we've gone through tonight worth it. Because regardless of how we feel about our processes in particular, the United States of America locks up more people than any other place in the world. And we've heard from everybody up here the words progressive several times tonight. We've heard liberal, and we have a city. You know, regardless of, you know, the growing pains of it, we do have a city, and the actions that we take affect over 107,000 individuals in South Fulton. I think the city of New Orleans took this on, being the first in the region, because, you know, southern states are slow when it comes to legalization of cannabis or even education campaigns regarding cannabis. I'm proud that this body is responsible for being the third municipality in the entire state of Georgia to decriminalize less than an ounce of marijuana about 3 years ago through our legislation. And I think that we have an opportunity, and because this is Black History Month, and we talked about so much that's going on this month, I think that it's important that when we consider this next council meeting, it's a month out, this quote, it says that you can take the slave out of slavery, but only the slave can take slavery from himself. And that resonates with me when it comes to this ordinance, because many of us have some type of incarcerated consciousness when it comes to cannabis reform, no matter how much it impacts us more than other communities. And I think that that's vital. And because legalization, as one of the public speakers said earlier, it's pretty much inevitable. And I just don't feel like the state of Georgia or the city of South Fulton should miss out on the $700 million average that other municipalities are having across this country. And these funds are going to education, they're going to infrastructure, and I just think that this ordinance would be like a friendly nudge to the state of Georgia to say where our appetite is, to say that we want to be on the right side of history, to say that we're willing to step out and be like, you know, other progressive municipalities in order to be on the right side of history. And I just think that Georgia doesn't always have to be last to the dance. I mean, we're still the only state that flies the Confederate flag. So I just think that we have an opportunity here to actually prove to everybody why we became a city, why we want to govern for ourselves, and why we want to be trailblazers. And I'm hoping that if there's any questions or anything, please reach out to me. If anybody wants to be a co-sponsor or add to this legislation, I really would have loved to just said, I not have to limit it to an ounce, but I feel like this baby step is still a step in the right direction that would be infectious around the state of Georgia. So many other people have called, and they're hoping that it passes, so that, like when we decriminalized less than an ounce several years ago, it just spread like wildfire. And with that, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. Is there any questions, comments, concerns? If now, you can definitely reach Dr. Baker at any time, but if there's any pressing questions, this may be the last time we have Dr. Baker in a voting council meeting. So if anyone has any questions for Dr. Baker, hearing none, clerk, please sound the next item. And I want to say it's the last item, but we added a bunch of stuff. Go ahead.
Item 31, council consideration of an override of the mayor's veto in part of council's approval of a resolution to express disapproval of Mayor Khalid recent actions that interfere, disrupt, and violate the city's charter regarding role delineation between the city council and the mayor and for the lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmembers Rowell, Gumbs, Willis, Sebastian, Reeves, and Williams, and this was approved by council on January 6th and vetoed by the mayor.
Thank you. It was I do just want to make a point of clarification. It was vetoed in part. There were two parts to this resolution. The first part was a reprimand by council for my lack of communication. I want to work on it. I accept the reprimand. I hope that we can all, communication is a two-way street, and I hope that we can all work on communicating better. However, The second part of the resolution states that I violated our city's charter, that I broke the law. And I made painstakingly clear in every interview and every public thing that I said about this request for letters of resignation that I did not have the power to do so. There is a video, you can see me make this entire speech. I do not have the power to compel anyone to resign. I cannot fire anyone. And so I think the steps that I took to make sure that people knew that I didn't have the power is proof of my awareness of the charter and my attempts to not violate it. And so I do accept the reprimand. I want to be clear that this vote tonight is not about the reprimand. This is a vote to go on the record saying that I broke the law. And with that, I will entertain a motion to override the veto.
I move to override. I vote to override. I move to override the mayor's veto.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, I have more discussion. There was a question tonight about a flyer and about a mailer. I encourage everyone to do an open records request to find out how that mailer was paid for. I am clear that this is the last step to initiate proceedings to remove me from office, and only you out there can stop it. And with that, I'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor, Mckee.
Go ahead, council member.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I felt very, very frustrated from the onset that this is one of the first things that I had to get involved in from day one. But one of the questions that I asked back then, and I'm still going to ask it again publicly, when the resignation of our city manager and I believe our clerk and our attorney was requested in the office, and our employees are here, the question I asked was, did the mayor say that he did not have the authority to fire you in the meeting that happened earlier that day? In other words, the mayor walks into the office and says, give me your resignation without any additional discussion or however that went down, but not making it clear, as the mayor rightfully said he did on City Hall. Yes, he did. But I want to make it clear, he made that statement after the meeting in the office that he asked for the resignation. And that to me was the violation of the charter, not this other stuff that's happening. So again, our employees are here, and I'm asking the question again. Was it made clear to you guys that it was a ceremonial request for resignation, as has happened in some other cities, but not in fact the intent?
I think there was intent. Mm-hmm. At least that's the way I interpret it.
Okay. And Mr. Hyman and Mr. Clerk, you guys were the other people involved, right? The other staff?
That is correct.
Okay. And from that meeting, was it made clear that it was a ceremonial thing and not an intent of asking for your resignation?
He was seeking a resignation. I didn't hear the part about not having authority until the press conference. Out of the steps.
Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I definitely agree with the city manager and city attorney. At the time, there was no distinction between whether or not it was ceremony or not.
All right, thank you. And before I leave, I just want to say one thing, an additional thing. After the election, we had a very contentious election on all sides. I honestly think I had one of the most contentious elections. I do not care who supported me and who did not support me on this council, in the government, out of the government. I was elected by the people of District 4 to come into the business of the city, and that's what I am trying to do every single day. I am not here to go against our mayor. He knows that I not only sat down with him in a restaurant, but I actually took him for ice cream, okay? And I told him from day one, Mr. Mayor, I am here to support you, but I just ask a few things. Respect our charter, respect your council colleagues, respect our employees, and look after our city. And if we do that, then we're okay. I venture to say that a lot of the actions that have happened since I've been here have not stood on those 4 things. And so I am very frustrated that I'm dealing with all of these things rather than people's business. And I want you guys out here to hear me. I am not here to get involved in none of this foolishness. I am going to operate as I think the people of District 4 and of this city, and also by our charter. And I want to make that pellucid. So whoever want to go and do a recall, you all can go ahead. Because I guarantee you, you guys are not going to walk District 4 as much as I've walked District 4 to get elected. I am not friends and buddies with Bill Edwards. Bill Edwards is my former mayor. I respected him for that. I've never smoked cigar. I've never sat in his restaurant. I don't even know where Bill Edwards lives. And I know I live less than a mile from his house. So all the talk over there outside, I've heard it. Oh, Bill Edwards guy and all this. I just laugh after it because you guys have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Okay? So again, I'm here to do the people's business, and I want to encourage our mayor, and I want to encourage my colleagues to continue to focus on the people's business and work together for the betterment of this city.
Amen.
Please, I cannot beg you guys anymore to let us do that. And with that, I'll finish my comment.
Is there anyone else in the
Yes,
queue?
I was in queue.
Councilman Willis.
I want to ask the question to the clerk. Mr. Clerk, who do you report to?
City manager.
And prior to the public comment on the City Hall steps, did the mayor call you into the office with the city manager and in front of one of her employees and request for your resignation?
Yes.
Attorney Hyman, isn't the charter clear that policymakers cannot interfere with staff? So whether you felt like it was a request or not, it was a violation for you to say anything to Mr. Adams, because Mr. Adams don't report to us. We only have 2 people who report directly to this council, and that is the city manager and that is the clerk. I mean, the city manager and the city attorney. So for you to say anything to Mr. Adams was a violation of the charter, and then for you to say anything to Mr. Adams in front of to Mr. Adams in front of another employee, the communications director, that was an interference of staff because you discussed personnel issues in front of the communications director. You discussed personnel issues in front of the city clerk, and both of those individuals report up to the city manager. Now, the reprimand is what it is, Mayor, and I have no desire to do to you what you did to me in 2019. I have no desire to try to remove you from office. I truly, truly want to work with you. But when you felt like I violated the charter, I had to go through a 9-hour investigative hearing in order for the facts to be laid out. And it's clear what you did. And you say you want to work with people, but when you want to work with people, you don't come in and stand on the city hall steps or speak with them privately and call for their resignation when you don't have the power to. This city council will have to decide if we want to part ways with the city manager and the city attorney by a supermajority vote. So that was wrong. And it was embarrassing to the employees that served the city, and it was embarrassing to the city. And that could have been a conversation that you had with this city council privately. I would not want any, they have families just like I do. They have reputations, and this is their livelihood, and this is their career. And it was very disrespectful. And since you are asking people to do the open record request, I don't mind them doing an open record request because I haven't done anything illegal, but let's do an open record request. I will encourage all residents to do an open records request on every email the mayor has sent to this council since day of election, and you will see who's working with who. We have not come out with half of the stuff that goes on behind closed doors, because we don't want the confusion, and you all don't deserve that. We don't come out, we don't tell you half of the stuff that goes on behind closed doors. But we have all been disrespected, as Mrs. Sebastian said. We have all been talked to like 2- and 3-year-olds. We don't respond. We're not going to show up on First Friday and spend taxpayers' money to go to Top Golf. Because you said that money was, you said you were going to pay for that out of your hospitality budget. And we can do things that will not be on the dime of taxpayers. But when I put in 80 hours a week with a sick mother, with a husband, and with children and grandchildren, every little bit of time that I have, I want to spend with my family, because this job takes so much away from my family. I am here in a black and white suit. I could not even go out to eat dinner with my son and his new bride. They got married today because I have a council meeting. So if you think I'm going to take my First Fridays out of every month and spend time with you, you are wrong. That First Friday is going to go to my husband or my mother, who has been in the hospital for a month, my children, or my grandchildren. Thank you.
Any other members wish to, any other discussion? Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just simply like to call for the orders of the day.
Second.
Side. Yep.
It's been properly moved and seconded. There is no discussion, and we're calling for the orders of the day.
It's a privileged motion.
All right, is there, can we call for the vote?
Councilmember Rowell,
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian, Mayor Pro Tem Reeves,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Abstain, as in I never received the call or information about said resolution until it was enacted.
It's been a month.
Again, we talked 2 hours before that meeting, Councilwoman.
All right, we're gonna have, thank you, Ms. Marcia Stills gave me a gavel, so we're gonna have order, thank you. All right, let's call for the vote.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rowell,
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Abstain, same reason.
Item is approved, 6-0-1.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is an emergency ordinance declaring a state of emergency in the city of South Fulton, providing for city meetings to be held virtually, providing for an effective date and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Rowell.
Well, we're all excited to be back in person. This particular ordinance offers us the flexibility to meet virtually if necessary. As you know, this pandemic is ever-changing, so this just provides coverage for us to continue to meet virtually if necessary.
So move.
Any discussion?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Did you have discussion, Councilman Reeves? All right, Dr. Baker.
I just have a question. Are we able to go back to virtual meetings after we come out of here?
If we pass this, we couldn't without it.
And I think that, is that something that's proper according to the attorney? I just want to know, because if we come off of this,
He can speak to it. It doesn't mean, it gives us the flexibility. It does not mean we have to.
Any other discussion? All right. I have discussion. Half the members of this council are traveling to DC. They're getting on a plane and traveling to DC for a conference. We have asked all of our employees to come back to work in August. I think it's time to come back. So I am putting you on notice, Madam City Manager, and that last motion was very difficult for me. But I'm putting you on notice that I will be vetoing this motion. It can come back for a discussion on March 22nd, but please be prepared to have an in-person council meeting for the work session, March 8th, and our council meeting, March 22nd. And with that, I will call for the vote.
Mr. Mayor, Mckee.
I have called for the vote.
Mr. Mayor, Mckee.
I have called for the vote.
I move to overrule your decision to allow Councilmember Sebastian to speak.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to appeal the decision of the chair. I will call for that vote.
Roll call, Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
aye.
That motion is approved.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Mr. Mayor, before I say what I have to say on that, I'm just going to say this. Since I've been here, you have moved forward several times when I've asked to speak. I don't know if you're aware of it. I am going to assume that you're not aware of it, but I will just ask that you respect my position as the duly elected council member for District 4. And whenever I ask to speak, per the rules, that you allow me to speak. And that there doesn't have to be a fight over it, please. One of the effects of the events of January 4th, one of the side effects was my training got messed up. So the statement that you made just now about people going on aircraft to go to DC, I am reluctantly doing that. Because through all what I would call the drama, by the time we got around to trying to register me for the local training, which I would prefer to have gone to, the new members, the new elected officials trainings, those slots were taken. If I'm going to get any training this first quarter, the choice that I have is to go to that training or to spend my birthday in South Georgia away from my family. And I chose to go to DC reluctantly. So when you continue to make these type of statements that we are flying out and we should be here to do council meetings in person, when in fact, what we're saying is give us the option, if we decide that we look at the numbers, that we want to meet virtually. That's all we're asking. I was one of those that supported us meeting in person, if you recall our last meeting, even though I am actually uncomfortable meeting in person. But I supported you towards doing that. So I beg you, Mr. Mayor, stop making these kind of statements that inflame things rather than helping. Because what you're doing, you're eroding the support that some of us are trying to give to you. And you're making things more difficult and more inflammatory than they need to be. So I can't beg you anymore.
All right, is there anyone else in the queue? Before I close the queue, is there anyone else?
Yes, Mayor, I just would like to add that they also have COVID protocol in National League of Cities, and that is the business of the people, for us to go caucus with our other council members, take classes, and lobby on Washington to bring resources back to our city. And I don't want to belabor this, but I agree with everything Councilmember Sebastian says.
Right.
Stop.
Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? I don't want to leave anyone out. All right. So again, I'm going to respond. These meetings are hybrid meetings. Anyone who is uncomfortable does not have to attend. Just as we have people watching from home, if you're uncomfortable, you can watch from home. National League of Cities has hybrid meetings. If people need to attend a National League of Cities or GMA training, they have trainings online. If we are going to be traveling, if we are going to require all the other employees of the city to be in person, I think that we should have the option. I agree with you 100%, Dr. Rowell. The option should be there. So we are going to have a meeting in person March 8th and a meeting in person March 22nd. And anyone who feels uncomfortable does have the option, as all of our constituents did tonight, to attend that meeting virtually.
No.
And with that, I will call for the vote.
No. Discussion. I had my hand up for discussion.
I did ask. Did everyone hear me ask if there was any more discussion? I did ask.
Be respectful. The queue is not working.
I looked around and I said,
you
does anyone
missed it.
have any more discussion? All right, so we're going to call for the vote.
So,
Again, if we're working on relationships, everybody is duly elected up here. And should
We are
be allowed
calling
to
for the
go
vote,
home.
Dr. Rowell. If you would like to appeal the decision
I
of the
appeal
chair
the
again.
decision.
Second.
Okay, here we go.
For the benefit of this public.
So wait, we haven't taken the vote yet.
Okay, let's
We
take
have
the
a
vote.
motion on the floor and a second to appeal the ruling of the
dictator.
chair. We have a roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves. Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker. That item is approved 6-1. That motion.
All
For
right.
the benefit of the public, the city has very limited facilities. We almost have every facility in the city under renovation. We don't even have a meeting space, I think it is beyond May, to even be here. If we had an outbreak, we would be hindered from meeting without this emergency ordinance. I don't think anybody object. We've worked with our mayor to come back in person, understanding that there are all kind of limitations. We don't even have space for our work sessions. We have Sandtown Rec Center under renovation. Welcome All has some renovations, but there's a narrative that all our buildings our parks are open. You can go online to the city's website and register your children for things that are outside. We are dealing with neglect in our buildings that have been that way for an extended period of time. So to make it as if it's just because we don't want to be in person, and I'm not going to DC for the record, so you can't say that all these people on this council are going out of town. We need to respect our staff. We have multiple boards. It also activates that our boards will have to find a place. We do not have a space. So I don't want that false narrative out there about us not wanting to meet. We have at least 6 or 7 boards, and they need a place to meet too. So I just want to share that information because there's so much misinformation that I've seen circulating. It's sad that the constituents have to sort through this. And in large part, it's because of those newsletters that you sent out, Mayor. And I hope it stopped. I'm praying that it stops.
Mayor.
I just want to be clear. I asked if we had anyone else. Everyone heard me ask, was there anyone else? And then we appealed my motion so that Councilman Sebastian could speak.
I was in the queue, ma'am.
And then we appealed the motion so that Dr. Rowell could speak. I am now calling for the vote.
I'd like to make a motion so Councilmember Williams and Councilmember Willis can speak.
Is that a motion to appeal the ruling of the chair?
Yes.
All right, there is a motion and a second to appeal the ruling. Let's do this. We're actually going to, I'm gonna, because I don't want to keep doing this. This is stupid.
It is.
I'm going to go down one by one so that every person can speak. Dr. Rowell, you have spoken. Councilwoman Gums, do you have anything you would like to add?
No, I do not.
Councilman Willis, do you have anything you would like to add?
I just want to clarify that we are only doing in-person regular council meetings because you just put out misinformation. We are doing virtual boards and work sessions. The only meetings that are in person are the regular council meetings, and we voted on that as a body. Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian, do you have anything to add?
People are still dying every day from COVID, including the December 21 or 21st or 22nd event, which I was at, and 6 of the 7 board members here were there. So, you know, this narrative about not supporting you and don't want to meet in person and all that sort of stuff, I just think it's just overly inflammatory. So I think we just have to check that language. That's all.
Councilman Reeves, do you have anything to add?
Our common denominator is the constituency. So let's start there and do what's best for the constituents.
Councilman Williams, do you have anything to add?
Actually, I actually just really had a question for you, because I think I'm hearing you say that you are in favor of us being able to have flexibility.
Absolutely.
To be able to meet virtually as the need arises. And I'm hearing Councilwoman Rowell say that this is an ordinance to give us flexibility to be able to meet virtually should the need arise. And so I was hoping that you could just clarify for me your previous comments about why you would veto us passing this when you agree with us passing this. Or maybe I just misunderstood what I thought I heard you say. So if you could help kind of walk me through all of that.
No problem. If the goal of the resolution is to ensure that we have flexibility, we have that now. There are 100 people watching online, and no one was compelled to come today. So anyone in any future that needs to meet virtually is welcome to meet virtually.
No,
But
that's the time.
I have the floor. So
yes, you have the floor. My
with
apologies.
that, I want to make clear that if in any instance we see the numbers of new COVID infections rising again, I will be happy to sign any legislation for an emergency ordinance allowing virtual in-person meetings. But as it stands, the numbers of new infections are declining. And thank you. And no one who was vaccinated on December 21st died. Vaccinations work. So I do encourage all of you to please go get vaccinated. Get your booster shot. I've had mine. I'm probably going to get another one because I think we're going to be in person. I want to assure my colleagues, if we get any data, if our health director contacts me, because we've been talking, and says, hey, the numbers are going back up, Mayor, you need to go back virtual. Absolutely no problem. But as long as the numbers are going to go down, we're going to meet in person. Dr. Baker, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Please allow us to speak through our vote.
And with that, I will call for the vote.
It's a roll call vote to approve an emergency ordinance. It was a motion by Councilmember Rowell, seconded by Councilmember Willis. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Hey.
That item is approved 6-1.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and Council, the next item is council comments, but we do have 5 items that were added.
Oh, no, can we do that, please? Yes.
Do the
The
5
council
items?
comment. I mean, the 5 items first.
Yeah, we have 5 items. We have 2 board appointments and 3 items. What's your pleasure in terms of, do you want to take the board appointments together or vote them separately?
We can take them together. Would you just read out the board appointments for me, please?
Yeah, the two board appointments was Councilmember Willis appointed Walter Jordan to the Envision South Fulton Development Authority Board, and Councilmember Baker appoints Drew Demand to the Naming Committee.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
Move.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, I have a discussion. I have a question for the board appointment for the Envision South Fulton Development Authority. Is that our citywide development authority?
Yes.
And is there any prohibition that states that a particular council member has to vote for a particular, that any board appointment is the property of a particular council member? Mr. Hyman. So I was told in January that there were no appointments available on either, and I'm sorry, maybe I should start with you, Clerk Adams. I was told that there were no available appointments either on the Development Authority Board or the Downtown Development Authority Board. When did this appointment become available?
Yeah, I don't know where you got that information from, but the Development Authority had 4 positions that the term expired in last year, so they were available. The DDA does not have any appointments.
All right, Dr. Baker, you had a...
To answer your question, actually, no will be the answer. We're supposed to, as a council, as a total body, get a consensus on everyone who is appointed to that board. However, there are, I don't know what seat, because everybody is in a position, a number position, and I don't know if it's detailed through resolution, but all of those positions have different term limits. And if someone is appointed and they have the consensus, it's on this council, it's almost like it doesn't really matter as long as, you know, there's a consensus of votes. But the point of it is, everybody is in a position 1 through, I believe, 9 now. So I don't know who is supposed to be removed, but yeah, so I don't know.
And I'm sorry, I want to say Councilman Adams. Clerk Adams, there are how many seats on the Development Authority?
There are currently 9.
There are 9. Yes. And there are how many seats on the Downtown Development Authority?
7.
Thank you. So here is a chance for us to collaborate. Here is a chance to support our mayor. We have 15 seats between the Development Authority and the Downtown Development Authority. Every person up here has appointed someone to one of those 15 seats, except me. I would ask, if this is the only open seat left, if we could work together and maybe allow me to make the nomination for this one open seat out of the 15. That would be my request of this council. Councilman Willis, you are in the queue.
Mayor, there are 2 seats that have expired, that are left that expired. There were 4, 2 were reappointed. J.C. Sebastian reappointed individual, and Councilmember Rowell reappointed an individual. Commissioner Pearson and Commissioner Jamal Groom's seats are expired. I have caucus, and I have a support of 6 council members who support me on this appointment. This is a resident of the city of South Fulton. He does live in District 3. He does work with various businesses throughout Metro Atlanta, including one he's working with now on Old National Highway to help open restaurants, also entertainment districts. And so, Mayor, I am moving forward with putting his name forward. And I did submit this through the proper channels, which is the legislative process. And so, you know, I would suggest that if you have an appointee you would like this body to consider, that you do the same. Submit the name along with the resume through the legislative process, because that's what I did.
For the record, and again, I have to say I'm disappointed because I feel like there has been, I am remembering things different, conversations that I've had with staff, but fear not, I will never have another unrecorded conversation with staff ever again. You will always be recorded with me. So while we're on camera now, Mr. Clerk, are there any available appointments on either the Downtown Development Authority or the Development Authority Board? Are there any open slots?
Absent the appointment request from Councilmember Willis tonight, there are 2. And she's seeking to appoint someone to position 3 on the Development Authority Board. There will be 1 remaining, which is position 4.
All right, well, thank you very much. I look forward to bringing forth a name for that 1 remaining slot, and I hope that this will be an opportunity for my colleagues to collaborate and support me. And with that, I'm sorry, I do see you in the queue, Councilmember Sebastian.
Thank you.
But everyone doesn't have the queue, so I don't want to make this mistake again. We're going to go down the line. Dr. Rowell, do you have any comments? Okay. Councilwoman Gums, did you have anything?
No.
Councilwoman Willis, did you have anything?
No. I'm just ready.
Councilman Sebastian, did you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for recognizing me. I looked at the members on the Development Authority, and I'm not familiar with how these folks were originally appointed, but I did see the former mayor had an appointment on that board that expires, I believe, in 2024. So if you appoint someone, there'll be 2 mayoral appointments to that board. So come 2024, is that going to be a second appointment that you would make, or would that slot be open to somebody else who have not made an appointment? Because I'm not sure if I've seen all the council members here. I'm not sure if Councilmember Williams have made an appointment to that board. So that's my question.
All right, so yes, just to clarify that. Pardon me. Just to clarify that, the appointments on either of the board are not the property of any council member. So when that mayoral appointment expires, anyone can make an appointment to fill that spot. Councilmember Reeves, did you have any comments?
No, sir, not at this time.
Councilwoman Williams.
No, not now.
Dr. Baker.
I do. I authored the legislation for the Development Authority, and according to the legislation, it was intended to be a consensus for these people amongst council. We have somewhere lost our way, and we've become divisive. But the bottom line is everybody is supposed to see the resumes. Everybody is supposed to come up with a collective decision and say, we're okay with these people. No one person is able to make an appointment to the Development Authority. We're supposed to convene and collectively do this. And that's not what's been happening. We changed that a couple years ago, and we added 2 more seats to the Development Authority when there were initially only 7. And here we are now, because clearly people can just say, oh, I want this person on, and go to a couple of more people, and it's law. And all we heard during the inception was, oh, it was divisive. And this is what's happening now. And this is the same way the DDA was established. I never had an appointment from the DDA. We had it 2 people or 3 people come together and say, these are going to be the people, and this is who it is. And I mean, it's okay. I mean, we've. I hope when Councilmember Sebastian made his statement about, I don't know how these people got on the board, it wasn't the way it sounded initially, because we have brilliant members on this board, and I can't wait to the next meeting so you can see the $1.5 billion project that this board is bringing to Old National with 12 25-story buildings. So it's like, to even through the divisiveness, you know, we have city members who just want to see this city do well, and they've been dedicating their time. They've been brought through the mud, drugged through the mud, and these people names were brought up to be reappointed because they've been trained up and they've been successful, and now we're just removing them. But it's okay, because I think that grace has been among South Fulton. Like, grace has really been among South Fulton, whether it be through this council and all of the head button that goes back and forth. God has still managed to make sure that we land on our feet. And I think that that's what's going on. And I don't, like, whoever comes, like, I'm looking forward to him. I'm going with, you know, if 6 people can come together, I learned the name tonight, you know, and I don't have a problem with it either. You know, I don't know why it had to be a secret for me as the chair, but it's like, you know, I just hope that God continues to give grace to the Development Authority, the city, and the staff, and we just able to do great things for the city.
Mr. Mayor, my name was called in the queue, so I need to respond. All right, Dr. Baker, I meant nothing when I used the term these people. I was just saying I was not here. I was not a part of the original group that selected these folks. I meant no disrespect. As a matter of fact, my appointment, I followed what I thought was the procedure to appoint folks on the, to reappoint one of the members, one of the original members that was originally selected, who happens to live in District 4. So again, I'm not disrespecting anyone, okay? Maybe it was just a misuse of the term, but I did not mean any disrespect. And I was hoping that you would actually know me a little better than that, sir. So, you know, it is what it is. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to call for the vote now.
We have a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Baker, to approve the appointment of Walter Jordan. And the correct position is position 4 on the Development Authority, as well as the appointment of Drew Demand to the naming committee. Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell. Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, and what are the other? We have a plat and the lights. Those are the last 2 items?
We have actually 3 items.
What was the third item?
The third item is, we have a plat, the lights, and Stacks Road.
All right. Let's take them in this order: plat, Stacks Road, and lights.
Sound it?
Will you sound the item for the plat?
Okay. It's council to confirm the revised plat for the Stonecrest Estates amenity area.
I'll entertain a motion. Will you hit your little button up?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
I move to approve the Stonecrest Estates amenities plat.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Dr. Rowell, Councilwoman Gumbs, Councilwoman Willis, Councilman Sebastian, Councilman Reeves,
No, sir, not at this time.
Councilman Williams,
No.
Councilwoman Williams, I'm sorry, and Dr. Baker. All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved unanimous.
Please sound the next item,
Which item did you want to take?
the Stacks Road.
Okay, Stacks Road is request for authorization for an emergency procurement to immediately address the current conditions of the Stacks Road over CXX Bridge resulting from vibration and soil deterioration, and to authorize the city manager and purchasing division to use the city's emergency procurement exception to select a vendor and negotiate and execute an agreement because of the emergency conditions that exist at Stacks Road over CXX Bridge, so as to make repairs to the bridge in an amount not to exceed $800,000.
So move.
Second.
I want to start with Councilman Reeves, Mayor Pro Tem Reeves. So sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. As Madam Jones and Attorney Hammond, thank you for working with me on this. As this has gone way too long, and this I would like to see a few things changed on here. One is the council district that it sits in, and then two, on here it says D4, it's D5, and two is the amount not to exceed. Since this has been worked on and they said they're coming in their budget, I would like to see the firm fixed, as there will be no change orders to be approved and them to be bonded to carry this project on as soon as they start, so we can have a completion date. And we would like this completion to be by May 1st, which is our birthday, and it can be done in that time frame, as this has gone on way too long. So thank y'all for working with me on this, and thank you, council, for. I'm done.
All right, and we're going to go down the aisle. Dr. Rowell?
Just seeking clarity, do we think that's a realistic time frame? I
Yes,
mean,
ma'am.
again, I'm asking the city manager, because you got to do the procurement, and I don't want us to have to come back when you can just get the job done.
I mean, this is February the 22nd, and as she mentioned, we do have to do our procurement process. Mr. Valenzuela, I do have to go to my expert in the house.
Yes, ma'am, and Mr. Kerr as well. We had this discussion.
Okay. What do you think as far as the May 1st target date?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate City Manager giving me the opportunity to respond. 60 days, it will be possible to complete the bridge, but there are other conditions that Public Works or the City Manager doesn't control, such as contract execution, any other thing, that weather conditions and others. But I have discussed with the vendor, and the vendor has assured me that he'll complete the work within 60 available days. But just take note that 60 available days means no rains, no holidays, no stops by the CSX, where we don't have control of those things. So while we have made all details to ensure that the city will be covered properly by the contractor, by inspectors, designers, and engineers, we are all in agreement that we want to make the proper repairs on that in a timely manner.
Yes, sir, Mr. Valenzuela, thank you so much. In that meeting that we had last Friday at 8:30 a.m., was that the time frame that was told to us as a body? And if that's 60 days,
Point
I
of
do
order,
understand
Mayor.
where the permitting and things
Point
of
of
that
order,
nature.
Mayor.
But I
Councilman
just
Rowell
wanted to
had the
know
floor.
if that was the date that the time frame that you said, because that's why we pushed for May the 1st, because we said it could have been done in that time frame. I agree with the 60 days, but all I'm doing is just a hard start date and a construction schedule, and to hold their feet to the fire to make when they started, they completed. Wow.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, you are out of order. We'll go down the line. I'm sorry, Dr. Rowell?
No, I want to support it. I just don't want to put this, having had a project that went all kind of ways that you couldn't control. I don't think you want to put those constraints on it, just my suggestion.
Councilwoman Gomes?
Just so I'm clear, this has already been procured, so the next step is for it to go into implementation, and you're saying it only takes 60 days?
Yes, we actually have already a contractor in place. He's ready to begin, but the unforeseen conditions, like the contract execution, the bonding and other things that are related to the contract. We still have to work with the CSX and ensuring that the CSX provides us the green light. All those things that the contractor is ready to go, but the contractor is also stating that if the CSX stops us, they don't have no control with the CSX.
So even though you said that you can get this done, and I know Councilman Reeves would like it to be done by May 1st, is it really realistic for you to be able to accomplish that by May 1st? And what would you think is a reasonable time frame to get it done?
I'm not too worried about the 60 days, but the May 1st is the date that, I don't know, if we start in March 15 and others, the May 1st might be pushed. But the 60 days, we can account for the 60 days, which is available days allow for the contractor to work. We have on hand from the vendor on their quote that they will start working from 7 to 5 p.m. But we don't have control with others.
I got you. So you're pretty much saying that there's pre-work that needs to be done that still won't allow you to meet that May 1st deadline.
Right, that's correct. If you
Okay.
put the 60 days available days are only Monday to Friday.
Understood.
It doesn't count holidays, rainy days, CSX that might come out with issues back to the city.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Willis?
I want to approve this measure, and I am going to approve this measure without the May 1st constraints. We can't control what kind of weather God is going to send us. We can't control CSX. If that was the case, we would be able to tell them to stop laying their trains over our railroad tracks, impeding our traffic. And so we got many factors that we have to factor in, and I am not going to put that type of pressure on our staff when I know that. So I do support this measure. I will approve it without the May 1st constraint.
Councilman Sebastian?
I'm feeling likewise. I want to approve it, but without the constraints.
I will, I'm going to speak before I keep heading down here, if that's okay. I will say, we had a conversation about the, Mr. Valenzuela, will you come back up? We had a conversation about the Deep Creek Bridge that we approved. It was item number 23 on the agenda. And the conversation that we had over this weekend was, what is the date that the bridge will be taken down? And what is the date that the bridge would be replaced? And I want to, and I agree with my colleagues, I want us to be very, 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 very conservative with these dates. Because I promise you, Councilman Reeves, if that bridge is not up on May 1st, we will never hear the end of it. We will never hear the end of it. I don't know why it took 2 years for the Cascade Road Bridge. I'm still trying to understand that one, but it took what it took. But I do just want to say that when we put out dates, and I want us to be a little bit more, I believe in making things plain. So whenever I write resolutions, I always have this plain text explanation. The date that the bridge is going to go, the date that is going to be taken down, and the date that is going to be put up, we need to publish those everywhere. It needs to be very clear. And then we got to stick to it. We got to make it happen. Go ahead, Councilman Reeves. Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Mr. Clerk, if we can go back, but I did say, for the record, I said I would like for it to be completed by May 1st. I didn't say having constraint until the contract. I said I would like it to be. The reason why I would like it to be, because that is our birthday, and we turn 5, and that'll be the greatest gift that we can give a constituency. Now, I do understand that you can't predict, you can plan a perfect picnic, but you cannot predict the weather. I got it. So, but we can strive for excellence. We can do that. And that's all I ask. That's all I ask.
So to be clear, there isn't anything in this ordinance that has a date of May 1st that is tied to any.
Absolutely not, sir.
Okay.
I would not do that. I was just said I like to. I like it. I would like it. I would like us to strive for excellence, sir.
Thank you. Councilwoman Williams.
No, nothing.
Dr. Baker. All right, and with that, roll call vote.
We have a motion by Councilmember Sebastian, seconded by Councilmember Gums to approve this item. Roll call, Councilmember Rowell. Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
That item is approved.
All right, and please sound the last item.
The last item is request council approval to utilize reserve funds, Fund 350, to enter into a lighting service agreement with Georgia Power to install and provide lighting for the South Fulton Tennis Center on a month-to-month basis in an amount not to exceed $10,000.
I am going to ask our Parks Director, Mr. Travis Landrum, to come to the mic, please.
Yes, sir.
It's wireless. You could pick it up if you need to. You're a tall guy.
It's not on. Yeah.
Try this one.
No, everyone needs to hear him. Do you mind coming over to this side, please? Thank you, sir.
Test, test.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm here to answer any questions in regards to the item that has been walked on by Councilmember Willis. This item is in regards to the lighting at the South Fulton Tennis Center. When I arrived with the city, there were no lights there, and we have had the grand opening as of late last year. And since then, our constituents have unfortunately not been able to participate utilizing the facility after hours, as anything starting at 4 o'clock will have to conclude by 5 o'clock because there's no lights at the facility. We have this proposal from Georgia Power to provide lighting out there. If providing approval tonight, they have stated that it will be an 8-week lead time to get the equipment in and to get it installed. Understanding our situation, they have noted that they would help to escalate the situation, but of course, we would assume that it would be an 8-week lead time, worst case scenario.
All right, I'm going to go down the line. Dr. Rowell.
I move that we approve this measure.
Second.
That's fine. Dr. Rowell, is there any
No
discussion?
comment.
Okay, Councilwoman Gums.
No comment.
Councilwoman Willis.
So I have been getting bombarded with emails from residents about the lighting in South Fulton Tennis Center. This measure was put on hold in December because we were, the body wanted Mr. Landrum to explore the possibility of being more energy efficient for solar lighting. Subsequent of that, he did receive information that solar lighting is not going to provide the proper lighting that a tennis court would need. And so why I am walking this item on the agenda is because if we continue to delay this with the time it will take for installation, we're looking at June, we would have lights. I know that when we went through the process at Welcome All Park, when I advocated and got lights at Welcome All Park parking lot, it took about it took about 8 weeks to order the equipment and to install. It took a very long time. We have people who want to play in tournaments. We have a huge tennis community who want to see and who want to feel safe. And we are approaching daylight saving time. So that's why a theme agenda is not always conducive to the business of the public. Because if we had put this on the theme agenda proposed in April, then we would probably not get the lights until June, because you have 8 weeks, which will put us in May. Installation will put us in June. So this measure should have been brought back in January when we asked for it to be brought back, when we put it on hold. And we probably would have had lights by now, because we're approaching March. So I ask that we deliver the service that our residents pay tax dollars for. We heard from many residents in public comments asking for this. Mr. Landrum, I would like for you to please provide feedback about what you found out about the solar lighting, and then I will ask for my colleagues to let's deliver the service to our residents. Not only residents of District 3 enjoy that tennis center, we have residents throughout this entire city that send their kids to tennis camp and enjoy that tennis center. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. As it relates to solar lighting, we currently are actively looking into that alternative. But we have spoken with industry leaders and other professionals throughout the industry that have stated the pros and cons of having solar lighting. Two of the cons that will impact us mostly is that we would not have support from industry leaders like USTA to host or accommodate certain tournaments if we have solar lighting as our option there. And as well, they have mentioned that that is not an industry standard throughout the state, throughout the region, but we have entertained that opportunity, and we are waiting for that proposal to come back from the vendor that we have spoke with.
Councilman Sebastian.
I yield.
No, I'm fine. Thank you, for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. I'm good.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Lights, we love lights. And so, but let me ask you this question, Mr. Landrum. Is there a way possibly way that as Georgia Power has the lights up, and even as the tournament is going and they shut down the lights that's powered by Georgia Power, that solar panels are put on there that can keep it lit throughout the night without drawing power, so it'll stay lit 24/7. Because, you know, we have vandalism issues and things of that nature. It's such a nice tennis court, too, I'll tell you. I love that facility. And, you know, and I hope that the Burdette Tennis Center will be coming like that as well. But for this particular purpose, is that an option, sir?
I would have to speak to that vendor to get a precise answer for you. But as stated in the package, the lightings that will be provided, we will have the proposal for 99 sport lightings, and then, of course, 20 floodlights that will be pole mounted as well. That could add to that security aspect that you're referring to.
And so that will be lit by Georgia Power 24 hours a day, correct?
The floodlights, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's all I'm asking.
Councilwoman Williams.
No, thank you.
Dr. Baker. And if you don't mind holding one moment for me, please. So I have questions. First, I want to just clarify, because I was the person that made the motion to hold this item, and it wasn't just about the solar power lights, though. Although, thank you very much. I do hope that we can find some green energy solutions. That the technology is improving every day, and we might be at the vanguard of that. But I also asked for it to hold. It was on there. It was on an agenda with over $1.4 million being spent on a consent agenda without discussion. and there was a whole bunch of other spending happening at the end of the year, and it made me uncomfortable. I still have questions about the spending. And my first question is this. This is coming out of a reserve fund?
Within the package, you have two options. Option one offers an upfront cost of $250,000 that we would seek to come out of the reserve fund, and that would lower the monthly cost. And then option two offers an option with no upfront cost, but it would have a higher monthly service amount for the duration of that service.
Okay, so the option that we're debating now is spending money out of our city's reserves.
If we were to go with the upfront option, yes, sir.
Clerk Adams, is that the option that we are voting on tonight?
Yes, that's the item that I had and read into the record from the agenda summary sheet.
Okay, and so I wanna ask you a couple of questions that you may not have the answer for tonight, and that is absolutely fine. Do we have, so we've heard that our parks are open, but our park buildings are closed. Do we have the money to complete everything on time to open up our park buildings for the summertime?
As we're currently working with Mr. Valenzuela to continue through our URA project, we are looking to continue to have that work done on our various facilities, being Krill Park, Cliftondale, we're looking to, and Sandtown. So we're hopeful that those will continue to proceed at the manner that they are, but I will have to get with Mr. Valenzuela to get a more defined timeline, which we have gotten the report from the consultant as well, but I can get a more direct information for you at another time.
Mr. Valenzuela, the funds that we have in the URA budget, will they be sufficient to complete these projects?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, with regards to the funds that we need to complete some of the projects, we have about $10.3 million that out of those, we have allocated already about $6 million and change. There are numerous projects that are underway, and I believe we sent a report maybe 3 weeks ago to the mayor and council on the status of each of the venues. Most of them are going through, they are under construction. We are waiting on materials in some cases because the workload, the backlog of materials it's taking 90 days and so on, but we are on the schedule and we are working with Travis pretty much on a weekly basis on the status of those. And there will be another recommendation on a couple of projects that design is going underway, and that's in particular on the Cliftondale. And with regards to my advice is for the lights that we're looking for it, while we contract with Georgia Power and so on, it's gonna take a bit. And by that time, he'll be on the budget for 2023, and then he's going for a recommendation on consumption cost is about $10,000, so he should be fine.
And so I wasn't sure if there was a yes or a no in there. Can we complete the URA projects with the money that we have budgeted?
We can, what
Okay.
we schedule, we're gonna complete.
All right, and when those projects are completed, Mr. Landrum, and the parks are open, do we have staffing to staff all of those buildings?
Well, if I could clarify, our parks are currently open. As we operate right now, the only facilities that are not operable are Sandtown, Cliftondale, and Krill Park. As it relates to our parks and our inventory, they are open as of today. Are we at a sufficient staffing level? We are at a deficit as we are throughout the entire city, but we will find ways and we will adjust the schedules as needed to make sure that we can get those facilities up and running when they're able to open.
Is that, and so I will just talk about the park that I know because I was most recently a councilman. We didn't have staffing to open and close that park. I mean to open, I'm sorry, and I keep saying park. We didn't have staffing to open and close that building. We had 2 programs in that building that kids have not been able to come back to for 2 years. So do we have a staffing plan in place? Is that complete, or do you need more time?
we need more time as we have some asks that we'll bring forward to mayor and council as it relates to positions.
Okay, one more final question. We are looking at the completion of the acquisition of Wolf Creek. Do we have a financial plan or a staffing plan on operating that facility?
Point of order.
There's a point of order on the floor, yes?
Real estate, we need to be discussing that in executive session.
No, I'm not asking about the acquisition. I'm asking, do we have a staffing plan or a budget to operate the facility?
But this is also not germane to the
All right, so
motion that's on the floor.
So I'm just going to end with my comments here. This is why I think it's germane. And this is why I think that we have themed agendas, and that's why I think they're important. We spoke today, the items that I've talked about and several other questions that I had in regards to our park budget. We were scheduling for April, and we said that we would move it up, and we'd be able to have all of these discussions in March. Would you be ready to have all of those discussions in March, beginning with our work session on March 8th?
We will be best prepared as we can to discuss all of the items, yes, sir.
Thank you. So here's how you make out a budget. I mean, here's how I was taught you make out a budget. You think about everything that you need, and then you make a budget for everything that you need. You don't look in your bank account and say, oh, we got some extra money, let's do this one. We are about to go into our reserves to get lights for one program when there are other buildings that still aren't open. We don't have a staffing plan. We're already going in our reserves to do this one thing, but we don't have a complete staffing plan or budget for the park system as a whole. That's what makes me uncomfortable about moving forward, and that's why I asked if we could bring all of these things back together. Again, I think that we need to be making holistic decisions, not there's some money in the savings account for lights, let's do that, and then we'll figure out everything else later. I just don't think that's a good way to budget. And with that, I will call for the vote.
Great.
We had a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Gumbs. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rowell.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker. That item is approved unanimously.
All right, and we have reached the end of our agenda 1 hour early. We have one more item that is council comments.
Correct.
We will start with District 1, Dr. Rowell.
I've given all my comments already.
Councilwoman Gumbs.
First, I would like to apologize to all of the residents and people that attended the Heart of the Matter mental health wellness workshop today. Definitely, if you're able to go back and view that for all of those that are here, I wish I could have been there with you. I thought that I would be there on time, but again, thank you all for participating, and look for more opportunities where we can definitely discuss mental health, especially among women in the city of South Fulton. Thank you.
I want to give a thank you and a huge appreciation to Regina Bell, Grammy Award-winning Regina Bell, and former Hawks player Bishop John Battle of Spread the Word Ministries for giving me a surprise and a huge honor last Sunday, a Woman of the Year award. This is a thankless job. We put in a lot of work and put in a lot of hours. We take on a lot of criticism, and for me, I serve from the heart and don't think about receiving any type of accolade. So thank you so much for recognizing me and thanking me for my hard work. And I want to thank all the constituents. I get many emails, many calls of support, and I want to thank you. And for those who don't support me, please reach out to me and talk to me and let me know what your needs and what your concerns are. You can also subscribe to my email at helen.willis@ at cityofsoutholtonga.gov. And I would like to encourage all residents to participate in these sanitation community outreach meetings. One of the things that we get blamed for a lot is that we don't listen to residents. Well, this is the purpose of these meetings, so that we can get the feedback from you. There are several of them planned. Sanitation has been a citywide issue. There's no one way to fix it. Not everyone is going to be happy, but what we're doing now isn't working. I know personally I'm paying $76 just for trash pickup, and if I want to recycle or get any other services, my bill will be over $100 a month. I don't get the best service, and that is the consensus that I am getting citywide from the residents that live in District 3 and some of the residents that I'm hearing from other districts. So some people are happy, majority of the people are not. We have one vendor that has the business of over 60% of the residents in this city, and they are not happy. And so we are going to have to do something different. My constituents are calling for me to do something different, and we just want to hear all your feedback back. Take the surveys, come to the meetings, and make your voices heard so that we can caucus at our retreat about this and make a decision that is in the best interest of residents, and taking with that in mind the community feedback that we have been given. Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to echo my thanks again to staff for being here and to the public for coming to this first in-person meeting that we have. And just want to encourage folks, don't stop letting your voices be heard, and come and express your concerns, because we do listen. We may not all the time agree, and there might be information that we might be aware of, or decisions that we would make that would seem not to be in the best interest, but believe you me, I think every person up here tried to do what is in the best interest of the city. To the people of District 4, again, I want to thank you for your patience. I know I've been talking to many of you on a one-on-one basis, and look forward to our first district meeting, first town hall coming up in March. Look out for that date. One of the challenges that faced the upstart of my term is the issue of not being able to hire an aide until a week ago, right? So that has been a challenge, managing a lot of this stuff by myself in a part-time role. However, I think we're making progress, and I look forward to some big things coming up in District 4. So again, thank you guys very much, and just continue to work. Let us continue to work together for the betterment of our city. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as this is American Heart Month, Heart of the Matter. Sister Gums has had a great event, and congratulations to my other colleague, Sister Willis, for that wonderful award. And because we love our planet, my colleague and I carpooled in here today, and I will just let you know, to the people in the audience, y'all get the 5-Star of the Day award, because what started off as gloomy, it came out there to sunshine. And I tell you, y'all are the true stars of today. And I will leave you with this: I love you, and you can't do nothing about it.
Councilwoman Williams.
I yield.
Dr. Pro Tem Baker. I'm sorry, not Pro Tem. I just gave you a whole bunch of titles. Dr. Baker.
No. Thank you. I just like to say thank you to the people at Renaissance Middle School. A lot of people know I worked there. I served there as a school resource officer for some years. And they called us back for a unity meeting with the cheerleaders a week ago. Thank you to the mayor. Thank you to Commissioner Khadijah and Robert Kelly and everybody who came out to try to bring unity amongst our young people in the middle school. And we're looking forward to another event. Hopefully we'll have extended participation in the future with that event. But what I most importantly I want to talk about is our court administrator here? Okay. well, Miss Dixon, right? Miss Dixon, man, I'm grateful for a conversation I had with her. Amazing young lady, and I look forward to the things that she's going to bring to our city. We discussed the possibility, as well as I believe she has reached out to Attorney Hyman on our attempts. I've had several seniors in our city who contend that our young people's first introduction to the criminal justice system is due to our courts and us not being able to decriminalize poverty or their inability to pay some of their tickets and fines. And these civil matters oftentimes turn into matters that become criminal when you end up having probation. So you get a ticket, you can't afford paying for running the red light, and now all of a sudden, you end up on probation, and if you end up testing or peeing wrong, as they call it, a urine test, all of a sudden you've been smoking some marijuana, and now you're criminalized. So it's like we're trying to find ways to extend some type of concession between the ages of 18 to 25 if possible, but we're working to just try to see how we can find ways to allow our system to work better for our young people. And I was just elated that she was open for it. And of course, we have to run these matters by our attorney and our city manager to see how we can functionally make that directive a reality. But it's just I just feel nothing but great things are coming to South Fulton just because we have the progressive mind state to be willing to do things that other people aren't trying to do. And I just look forward to whatever that resolve is with our legal team and our courts, as well as the resolve for the next city council meeting where we can vote on, the possible pardons of those summons, which will be groundbreaking and historical in the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. First, I want to double down on the amazing cheerleaders of Bear Creek and McNair Middle School, my alma mater, for the unity that they showed at their Unity Day. That was amazing to be a part of. I have been so impressed by the young people in the city of South Fulton. We had this Unity Day. We had a conversation at Banneker. The students led a town hall that Dr. Baker and I and some other people were at. They led a town hall about the stabbing that happened there and solutions, and to see that next generation of leaders just be bold and thoughtful was also amazing. And then lastly, my high school alma mater, Tri-Cities, the city put on, they're only the second school in the country to put on a musical production of Fela. Some of you may know Fela Kuti was an award-winning musician / activist, ran for president of Nigeria, and the role was on Broadway. The cast was nominated for a Tony. The lead was a graduate of Tri-Cities High School and a resident of South Fulton. The lead female, Sekon Simblo, who is now star of the Wonder Years, was a graduate of Tri-Cities High School and a resident of South Fulton. And she joined me there Sunday night for alumni night. We got to speak to the young people, many of whom are also residents of the city of South Fulton. Shout out to my neighbors in Camelot who were dancing on stage. It was just amazing. So I'm just so incredibly proud of the young people in our city. As promised, I have hired a public advocate. It is now someone's only job to follow up on any requests in the city. If you tried See Click Fix, if you tried talking to department heads, if you tried talking to your council person, if you tried talking to me, there is one person whose job it will be to make sure your requests don't go unheard. I have never met a more tenacious citizen and advocate for citizens in my life. Would you please stand I know that you're here. Miss Jill Lindsay, our public advocate. She is in City Hall every day from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. unless she's out in the field seeing any of you. So you can contact her at Public Advocate at cityofsouthfultonga.gov. You can also call her at 470-809-7721 if you're old school. And if you're new school, you can go to khalidcares.com/advocate and fill out a request there. Lastly, Mayor Mondays. I am so committed to hearing from all of you that I am clearing out my schedule every Monday that I am in town, beginning on the 28th. We will be taking appointments from constituents from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. If you have anything that you'd like to speak to me about, you want to get your 20 minutes in with the mayor, you can again go to khalidcares.com/contact. You can call the office at 470-809-7710. Those appointments are filling up fast. You can come without an appointment, but I don't suggest that you do. And lastly, I want to thank everyone who came out. It is so good to see your faces again and to be in person again. I hope you all enjoyed our little reception in the lobby with the music and the Black History Month exhibit, Closed Story, A History of African American Women in Fashion from 1890, I believe, to 1960. We're going to go back into executive session now, but the lobby's going to remain open while we're in the building. So please take this time to enjoy the exhibit. Take this time to talk with and meet one another and to talk to your department heads. Y'all said that y'all answered the phones. When you call City Hall, people are not answering the phones. Our department heads are here. Take advantage of them in the lobby. If we get out in time, hopefully some of us will be in the lobby to talk to you as well. I will definitely be coming out there. And yeah, that's it. South Fulton forever. And with that, I am going to entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session for real estate, legal, and personnel.
Is there any discussion? I am going to ask if we could start that executive session at 9 o'clock. If we could just have 12 minutes to use the bathroom, gather our things. I am missing my bag. I need to find that. Would that be okay with council?
Yes.
All right. So we have a motion and seconded for executive session for litigation, personnel, and real estate beginning at 9 p.m. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Aye.
All right.
We are recessed at 8:48 p.m.
Thank you. See you all in the lobby.
To close out executive
I'd
session?
like to make a motion to reconvene.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote to reconvene. Councilmember Rowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Aye.
We are reconvened at 9:40 p.m.
Was there any action in the executive session, Mr. Clerk, that we needed to take?
No, there was no formal action in executive session.
I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Gumbs?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Aye. Thank you guys for staying with us.
Thank you. We are adjourned at 9:40 p.m. Thank
we
you.
are
Have a good
adjourned.
evening.